She came for peace, Miss Marple. But paradise bleeds. A tycoon drowns. Why deep-sea kelp on his pajamas? A doctor dies. Why bitter almonds? A maid vanished. Her journal whispers Neptune. Now a silver locket holds the key to a genetic weapon. They're watching everyone. Can her needles and insight expose them before paradise becomes a graveyard?
Chapter 1: An Unwelcome Discovery. The heat, Miss Marple decided, was a physical entity. It wasn't merely warm. It was a thick, cloying blanket, fragrant with hibiscus and frangipani, that settled the moment she stepped off the small, rickety plane onto the tarmac of St. Augustine's airfield. It pressed down, gentle yet insistent, smelling faintly of salt and damp earth. For a woman accustomed to the crisp, often damp, air of St. Mary Mead, it felt like stepping into a warm, scented bath. She adjusted her wide-brimmed straw hat, the sensible lace collar of her pale lavender dress already clinging slightly to her neck. "Welcome to paradise, Miss Marple," boomed a voice belonging to a man whose smile seemed too wide for his face. He was barrel-chested, with skin the color of polished mahogany and eyes that crinkled at the corners. "I'm Silas Croft, manager of the Coral Reef Haven. Your carriage awaits." He gestured grandly towards a brightly painted, open-sided Jeep, its chrome gleaming fiercely under the relentless sun. Miss Marple offered a polite, if slightly weary, smile. "Thank you, Mr. Croft. It is certainly vibrant." She allowed him to help her into the vehicle, her gaze sweeping the landscape. Lush, impossibly green vegetation tumbled down hillsides towards a sea so turquoise it seemed unreal. Palm trees swayed, their fronds whispering secrets in the constant, warm breeze. It was beautiful, undeniably so, yet it felt stage, like a meticulously painted backdrop. There was an underlying stillness beneath the vibrant surface, a sense of watchfulness in the way the jungle pressed close to the road. The drive to the resort was a blur of color and sensation. Birds with impossible plumage flashed between the trees. Small villages of brightly painted wooden houses zipped past, children waving shyly. Mr. Croft pointed out landmarks with the enthusiasm of a tour guide. "That's Mango Bay, finest snorkeling. Look, Miss Marple, the old sugar mill ruins." But Miss Marple found her attention drifting. She was observing the driver, a young man with a serious face whose knuckles were white on the steering wheel. She noted the way Mr. Croft's smile never quite reached his eyes when he spoke of the resort's exclusivity. She saw a fleeting look of anxiety cross his face when a larger, sleeker car passed them, kicking up dust. The Coral Reef Haven materialized like a mirage. A collection of low-slung, whitewashed bungalows with terracotta roofs nestled amidst meticulously tended gardens bursting with bougainvillea in violent pinks and oranges. A central building housed the reception, dining room, and lounge, all open to the sea breeze, cooled by enormous, slowly revolving ceiling fans. The air here was cooler, scented with lime and the faint, sweet smell of rum punch being mixed at the bar. It was undeniably luxurious, yet Miss Marple felt the same subtle tension she'd sensed on the drive. The staff moved with quiet efficiency, their smiles polite but their eyes watchful. Her bungalow, number 7, was charming. Cool terracotta tiles underfoot, crisp white linens on the four-poster bed, French doors opening onto a small private patio shaded by a giant almond tree. Beyond the patio, a path led directly down to a crescent of pure white sand lapped by the impossibly blue water. It was, by any objective measure, perfect. Miss Marple unpacked her sensible cotton dresses, her knitting, and her well-thumbed copy of Trollope, placing them with meticulous care in the wardrobe. She sat on the edge of the bed, the silence profound, broken only by the rhythmic shushing of the waves and the distant cry of a gull. Peace, she thought, at last. But peace, she knew from long experience, was often a prelude to something else. It was the quiet before the storm, the stillness in the woods before the twig snapped. She shook her head, chiding herself. Jane, really, must you find shadows even in paradise? She picked up her knitting, the soft click of the needles a familiar comfort, and stepped out onto the patio. The late afternoon sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in hues of apricot and rose. Guests were starting to emerge. Miss Marple, with her innate talent for quiet observation, began to catalogue them. There was Sir Alister Finch, the industrialist. He was a large man, imposing even in casual linen, his face ruddy and perpetually set in a look of mild dissatisfaction. He was pacing near the bar, barking into a satellite phone. And I don't care what the board thinks, Henderson. The contract is non-negotiable. Get it done. His voice, though lowered, carried an edge of steel that seemed out of place in the tranquil setting. Beside him, looking like a vibrant, exotic bird trapped in a gilded cage, was his wife, Layla. She was young, perhaps not yet 30, with skin like caramel and dark, intelligent eyes that darted nervously around. She wore a flowing caftan of emerald green silk that clung to her slender form. She wasn't looking at her husband. She was watching the path leading from the main building, her fingers twisting a heavy gold bracelet on her wrist. Near the infinity pool that seemed to spill into the ocean, Dr. Emilio Vance sat. He was a tall, distinguished-looking man with silver hair, a neatly trimmed beard, and the weary air of someone who had seen too much. He was meticulously polishing a pair of spectacles, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Miss Marple noted the deep lines etched around his eyes and mouth, and the way his hand trembled slightly as he replaced his glasses. He looked less like a man on vacation and more like one awaiting a verdict. A peal of laughter, bright and artificial, drew her attention. Celeste Dubois, the famous actress, was holding court near the pool bar. She was draped in a sarong of shocking pink, her blonde hair piled high, large sunglasses hiding her eyes. She gestured dramatically as she recounted a story to a small, rapt audience consisting of a nervous-looking young man Miss Marple hadn't seen before and a bored-looking bartender. Celeste's laughter was too loud, her movements too expansive. It felt like a performance. Miss Marple noticed how Celeste's eyes, visible above the sunglasses, constantly scanned the area, lingering for a fraction too long on Sir Alister, then on Dr. Vance, then flicking towards Layla Finch. And then there was the reclusive author, Arlo Thorne. He sat alone at a small table tucked away under a large sea grape tree, half hidden in the dappled shade. He was a gaunt man, dressed in faded khaki, his thinning hair combed over a pale scalp. He was scribbling furiously in a worn notebook, ignoring everyone. He radiated an aura of intense concentration mixed with profound unease. He jumped slightly when a waiter approached, nearly knocking over his glass of water. He mumbled an order for something Miss Marple couldn't hear what and immediately buried himself back in his notebook, his shoulders hunched defensively. Miss Marple observed the interplay, or lack thereof. Sir Alister finished his call with a slam of the phone down on the bar. Layla flinched. He stalked over to her, his voice a low growl Miss Marple couldn't quite catch, but saw Layla's face pale. She shook her head vehemently, whispered something back, and then walked away quickly towards their bungalow, her emerald caftan swirling like a fleeing flame. Sir Alister watched her go, his expression thunderous, then signaled the bartender for a large whiskey. Dr. Vance watched this exchange too, his expression unreadable behind his spectacles. He took a slow sip of his drink, his gaze shifting to Celeste, who was now laughing loudly at something the nervous young man said. Celeste caught Dr. Vance looking. Her smile faltered for a microsecond, A flicker of something fear? Hatred? Crossing her face before the dazzling mask snapped back into place. She raised her glass in a mock toast to him. Dr. Vance merely nodded curtly and looked away. Arlo Thorne, oblivious to it all, continued to scribble, though Miss Marple noticed his pen had stilled. His head was tilted slightly, as if listening. His knuckles were white where he gripped the pen. It was a tapestry woven with threads of tension, resentment, and fear. Not overt hostility, but the subtle currents that run deep beneath a calm surface. Miss Marple sighed softly, putting down her knitting. So much for peace, she thought. Paradise has its serpents, it seems. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in deeper purples and indigos, the resort staff lit torches along the paths and around the central lounge area. The air filled with the scent of burning citronella and the sound of soft calypso music drifting from hidden speakers. Guests drifted towards the open-air dining room, drawn by the promise of dinner. Miss Marple decided on a light meal in her bungalow. The prospect of navigating the charged atmosphere over a formal dinner held little appeal. She ordered a simple salad and tea from room service. While she waited, she stepped out onto her patio again. The moon was rising, a silver coin in a velvet sky, casting long, distorted shadows across the sand. The waves whispered a different tune now, darker, more mysterious. She walked down the short path to the beach. The sand was cool and soft beneath her sensible shoes. She stood at the water's edge, letting the gentle surf wash over her feet. It was surprisingly cool. She looked out at the vast, dark ocean, feeling very small and very far from home. The lights of the resort twinkled behind her, a fragile beacon of civilization in the encroaching tropical night. A sound made her turn. Not the waves, not the music. A muffled voice, sharp and angry, coming from the direction of the bungalows further along the beach. Sir Alister's and Layla's, she recalled. She couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable fury, laced with desperation. Then the sharp sound of something breaking. Silence. Then a choked sob. Miss Marple hesitated. It wasn't her business. Yet, the raw pain in that sob resonated. She took a step towards the path, then stopped. What could she do? Intervene in a marital spat? It would only cause embarrassment. She stood rooted, listening. The sobbing subsided. A door slammed shut. Silence descended again, heavier this time. Shaking her head, disturbed, she turned back towards the water. She needed to clear her head. She began to walk along the wet sand at the very edge of the surf, the cool water lapping at her ankles. The moonlight illuminated the beach in stark relief, turning the sand silver and the shadows deep black. She walked perhaps 50 yards, lost in thought, the rhythmic sound of the waves a soothing counterpoint to the turmoil she sensed in the human inhabitants of this paradise. It was then she saw it. Not at first. Just a flash of white, caught in the moonlight, half buried in the damp sand near a cluster of smooth, dark rocks. It looked out of place. Too clean, too bright against the natural tones of the beach. Curiosity, that old, familiar impulse that had served her so well over the years, pricked at her. She altered her course, her steps careful on the uneven sand. As she drew closer, the shape resolved. It was a handkerchief. Fine linen, monogrammed. She bent down, her old knees protesting slightly, and picked it up. It was damp, smelling faintly of salt and something else. Something metallic and cloying. She held it up to the moonlight. The monogram was elegant, stylized initials, AF, Sir Alister Finch. And then she saw the stain. A large, irregular patch, dark and rust-colored in the moonlight, stark against the pristine white linen. It wasn't seawater. It wasn't dirt. Miss Marple brought it closer, her nose wrinkling slightly. There was no mistaking the scent, faint but undeniable, beneath the salt. Blood. She stared at the handkerchief, the implication settling over her like the sudden chill that ran down her spine despite the warm night air. A.F. Sir Alistair Finch. The argument. The broken object. The sob. Blood on his handkerchief, abandoned on the beach. An accident? A cut? Her mind immediately supplied rational explanations. He could have cut himself on the rocks. Fallen. But why abandon it here? Why not go back to his bungalow to clean it? And the sheer amount. It looked like more than a simple nick. She glanced back towards the resort. The lights twinkled. The music played. Calm. Normal. But she knew, with a certainty that settled like cold lead in her stomach, that the calm was an illusion. The blood on this handkerchief was real. The anger she'd heard was real. The fear she'd seen in Layla Finch's eyes, the tension in Dr. Vance, the performance of Celeste Dubois, the nervousness of Arlo Thorne. It was all part of something brewing beneath this beautiful, deceptive surface. She carefully folded the handkerchief, the stained side inward, and slipped it into the pocket of her dress. The fabric felt heavy, incriminating. She looked out at the dark ocean again. The peaceful whispers of the waves now sounded like a warning. The moon, so bright moments before, seemed to cast long, accusing shadows. And then she felt it. A shift in the air. The breeze, which had been warm and steady, died abruptly. An unnatural stillness fell. The chirping of the crickets ceased. Even the waves seemed to hold their breath for a heartbeat. Miss Marple looked up. The sky, moments ago clear and star-studded, was now being rapidly swallowed by thick, heavy clouds rolling in from the open sea, blotting out the moon. The air grew thick, charged. A low rumble, deep and resonant, vibrated through the soles of her shoes. Thunder, as storm was coming, fast and furious. She stood alone on the darkening beach, the bloodied handkerchief a heavy secret in her pocket, the first fat drops of cold rain beginning to splatter onto the sand around her. The peaceful vacation she had craved dissolved like sugar in the rain. In its place was a chilling certainty. This paradise held a darkness, and she had just stumbled upon its first unwelcome sign. The storm wasn't just in the sky. It had already broken on the shores of the coral reef haven. Miss Marple pulled her light cardigan tighter, a grim resolve settling over her features. Her holiday, it seemed, was over before it had truly begun. The investigation, whether she willed it or not, had just started. She turned her back on the churning sea and walked towards the sanctuary of her bungalow, the first crack of lightning splitting the sky behind her, illuminating the beach for a stark, terrifying instant before plunging it back into shadow. The rain began to fall in earnest. Chapter 2. Death in Paradise. The storm raged through the night, a symphony of fury that rattled the shutters of Miss Marple's bungalow and turned the tropical darkness into a chaotic blur of wind-lashed palm fronds and silver sheets of rain. Sleep was fitful, punctuated by the crash of thunder and the unsettling image of the bloodied handkerchief, now carefully sealed in a plastic laundry bag she'd found in the bathroom. It lay on the bedside table, a silent accusation. The arguments she'd overheard, the raw sob, the stain, they coalesced into a grim certainty that Sir Alistair Finch had met with violence. Dawn arrived not with gentle light, but with a bruised, sullen sky and a humid, steamy aftermath that clung to the skin like a shroud. The air smelled of wet earth, crushed vegetation, and the faint, sharp tang of ozone. Miss Marple dressed early in a simple navy blue dress and practical low-heeled shoes, her movements precise despite the restless night. She needed coffee, and more importantly, she needed to see. The resort grounds showed the storms passing. Fallen palm fronds littered the paths. Delicate hibiscus blossoms were beaten into the damp earth, and the usually pristine sand beach was churned and dark. The sea, Yesterday a tranquil turquoise was a churning, gunmetal gray, waves crashing onto the shore with a restless, angry energy. The resort staff were already at work, raking debris, righting overturned loungers, their faces set in grim lines. Miss Marple made her way to the open-air dining pavilion. The usual cheerful buzz was absent. A handful of guests sat at scattered tables, speaking in hushed tones, their eyes darting towards the entrance. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken dread. She ordered coffee from a waiter who moved with unusual slowness, his eyes downcast. "Rough night, eh, miss?" he murmured, placing the steaming cup before her. "Indeed," Miss Marple replied softly. "Has everyone weathered it well?" The waiter hesitated, glancing nervously towards the beach path. "Well enough, I suppose. Though, Sir Alister, he didn't come down for breakfast. His wife is upset." Before Miss Marple could respond, a sharp, strangled cry cut through the heavy air. It came from the direction of the pool area. Miss Marple was on her feet instantly, her coffee forgotten. She moved with surprising speed for a woman of her years, following the sound, her heart sinking with each step. A small group had gathered near the infinity pool. At its center, floating face down in the startlingly blue chlorinated water, was the unmistakable figure of Sir Alister Finch. His distinctive silk dressing gown, a deep burgundy, billowed around him like a grotesque halo. His body was perfectly still, a dark island in the shimmering turquoise water. Layla Finch was on her knees at the pool's edge, sobbing uncontrollably, her hands pressed to her mouth. Celeste Dubois stood nearby, one hand dramatically clutching her pearls, the other covering her mouth, her sunglasses forgotten, revealing eyes wide with genuine shock. Dr. Vance stood rigidly, his face pale, his knuckles white where he gripped the back of a poolside chair. Arlo Thorne was nowhere to be seen. Silas Croft, the manager, was already barking orders into a phone, his face ashen. "Get the police. Get the doctor. Now!" he roared, his voice cracking. Miss Marple approached the poolside, her gaze sweeping the scene with clinical detachment. She ignored the hysterics, focusing on the details. The body was fully clothed in the dressing gown and what appeared to be silk pajamas. His arms were outstretched as if reaching for something. There was no visible sign of struggle on the pool deck and no overturned furniture, no scuff marks. It looked, disturbingly, like he'd simply walked in and lain down. But Miss Marple's eyes, sharpened by decades of observing the minutiae of human folly and malice, caught anomalies. Near the shallow end, partially submerged beneath a floating foam pool noodle, was a single, dark brown leather loafer, Sir Alister's, by the look of it. Why only one? And more troubling, trailing from the pool edge towards the beach access path, were faint, almost imperceptible drag marks in the damp sand, partially washed away by the storm but still discernible to a trained eye. They weren't deep, but they were there, suggesting something heavy had been pulled, not walked, towards the water. She knelt beside the weeping Layla, not touching her, but offering a quiet presence. "My dear," she said softly, her voice cutting through the woman's sobs. "I am so terribly sorry. This is dreadful." Layla looked up, her face ravaged by grief and shock, her eyes red-rimmed. He couldn't sleep," she choked out. "The storm, he said he needed air. He went out hours ago. Before the worst of it, I fell asleep. I didn't know." Her voice dissolved into fresh sobs. Miss Marple patted her shoulder awkwardly. "Hush now, child. There was nothing you could do." Her gaze flickered back to the drag marks. "Needed air? Or met someone?" The local police arrived, led by a stout, sweating man in a slightly too tight uniform, Chief Inspector Dubois. He bore no relation to the actress, sharing only a certain Gallic pragmatism that bordered on indifference. He surveyed the scene with a weary sigh. mopping his brow with a large handkerchief. "Another tourist," he muttered to Silas Croft, loud enough for several to hear. "Too much sun, too much rum, too much excitement. Heart gives out. They stumble, they fall in. Tragic, but common. Very common." He waved a hand dismissively towards the body. "No need for fuss. We will retrieve the body, confirm the obvious. Drowning accidental." Miss Marple stiffened. Accidental? The drag marks. The missing shoe. The bloodied handkerchief burning a hole in her pocket. This was no accident. "Chief Inspector," she said, stepping forward, her voice calm but carrying authority. "If I might point something out?" Du Bois turned, his eyes narrowing as he took in the elderly woman in the navy dress. "Yes? And you are?" "Miss Jane Marple, a guest. I couldn't help but notice." She gestured towards the drag marks near the path. "Those marks in the sand. They suggest the body may have been moved, not that Sir Alister walked here himself." Du Bois followed her gaze, then shrugged. "The storm, Miss Marple. Wind, rain, debris. It makes patterns. Means nothing." He turned back to his men who were preparing a stretcher. "And his shoe?" Miss Marple persisted, pointing to the submerged loafer. "Only one. If he stumbled and fell in, wouldn't both shoes likely come off? Or remain on?" Du Bois sighed, exasperated. "Perhaps it came off in the water. Perhaps he took it off. Who knows? People do strange things when they are disoriented." He clearly wanted the simple explanation, the path of least resistance. A messy murder investigation was bad for tourism. Miss Marple's eyes scanned the body again as the men carefully maneuvered the stretcher into the water. As they turned Sir Alister's body, a section of his wet dressing gown sleeve snagged on the rough edge of the pool tiles. For a fleeting moment, the fabric pulled taut, revealing a patch of the pajama sleeve beneath. And there, clinging to the dark silk, was a small, tangled clump of seaweed. It wasn't the local variety. Miss Marple knew her seaweed, a legacy of seaside childhood holidays in St. Mary Mead. The local stuff was broad, leathery, olive green. This was different, finer, darker, almost black, with delicate, feathery fronds. It looked like deep water kelp, something you wouldn't find washed up in the shallow lagoon near the resort. It looked out of place. "And that, Inspector," she said, her voice sharp, pointing as the fabric settled back, hiding the seaweed. "On his sleeve. Seaweed. But not the kind found in this lagoon. It looks like deep water variety. Where would he have encountered that between his bungalow and this pool?" Du Bois squinted, but the seaweed was already obscured. "Seaweed in the ocean?" "Imagine that, Miss Marple," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "It sticks to everything. Probably brushed against a rock near the beach path. Now, if you'll excuse me, we have work to do." He turned his back on her, dismissing her utterly. Frustration warred with a cold anger within Miss Marple. The man was a fool, blinded by laziness and a desire for a quiet life. But she had seen enough. The drag marks, the single shoe, the anomalous seaweed, the bloodied handkerchief, they formed a chain of evidence pointing towards foul play. Sir Alister Finch hadn't stumbled into the pool. He had been killed elsewhere and his body brought here. The pool was a stage, carefully set to look like an accident. As the police bustled, the body was finally removed, covered by a stark white sheet. Layla was led away, supported by a solicitous Celeste, who was now murmuring platitudes and casting significant glances around. Dr. Vance approached Miss Marple, his face still pale, his hands trembling slightly. "Miss Marple," he said, his voice low and strained. "That was observant about the marks, the seaweed." He hesitated, glancing towards where Du Bois was conferring with Silas Croft, the chief inspector. "He prefers simple solutions." "Simple solutions are often wrong, Doctor," Miss Marple replied quietly. Especially when the pieces don't fit. Like that seaweed. You're a man of science. You must know the local flora? Dr. Vance adjusted his spectacles, a nervous tick. Some. Enough to agree with you. That wasn't sargassum or any of the common intertidal species here. Looked more like laminaria or something similar. Deep water. Strong currents. Not something you'd find clinging to a man who supposedly walked from his bungalow to the pool. He looked directly at her, his eyes sharp despite his agitation. You think it was murder? Miss Marple met his gaze. I think the possibility exists, Doctor. And it should be explored, not ignored. What was your relationship with Sir Alistair? Dr. Vance flinched as if struck. He looked away, towards the churning sea. Professional. Strictly professional. We had some business dealings, investments, medical research funding. He swallowed hard. He could be difficult, demanding. But murder? He shook his head, but the denial lacked conviction. It seems extreme. Business dealings can become complicated, Miss Marple observed mildly, especially involving large sums of money or sensitive research. Dr. Vance paled further. He opened his mouth, then closed it, glancing nervously around. I need to check on Mrs. Finch. She may require a sedative. He practically fled, leaving Miss Marple standing by the pool, the chlorinated water now seeming less inviting and more sinister. The resort was in lockdown, or as close as Silas Croft could manage. Guests were confined to the main areas or their bungalows. The atmosphere was thick with shock, speculation, and fear. Miss Marple returned to her bungalow, her mind racing. The bloodied handkerchief, the drag marks, the seaweed, the missing shoe, the argument, the cryptic note she felt certain existed somewhere. She needed to find it. She remembered Sir Alistair's beach bag. He'd carried it yesterday, a large, expensive-looking leather holdall. Where would it be now? Likely returned to his bungalow by staff. Layla was there, probably sedated by Dr. Vance. It was a risk, but a necessary one. Waiting until mid-morning, when the staff were busy clearing storm debris and guests were keeping to themselves, Miss Marple walked purposefully towards the Finch's bungalow, number 3. It was set slightly apart from the others, closer to the beach path. The door was slightly ajar. She could hear low voices inside Dr. Vance's calming murmur and Layla's muffled responses. Taking a deep breath, Miss Marple knocked softly. Layla? Dr. Vance? It's Jane Marple. I brought some tea. She held up a small tray she'd procured from the dining room, a pot of tea, 2 cups, and a plate of plain biscuits. A prop, a reason for her intrusion. The door opened wider. Dr. Vance stood there, looking tired. Miss Marple. That's very kind, but perhaps later? Mrs. Finch is resting. Just a moment, Doctor. Layla's voice called out, weak but clear. Let her in. The tea might be nice. She was sitting in a chair by the window, wrapped in a robe, her face tear-stained but composed. Her eyes, however, were shadowed, watchful. Miss Marple entered, placing the tray on a small table. How are you holding up, my dear? Layla shook her head, a fresh tear tracing a path down her cheek. As well as can be expected. It's unbelievable. One moment he's complaining about the storm, the next. Gone. She shuddered. Dr. Vance poured the tea, his movements precise. The shock is immense. Rest is essential. Miss Marple sipped her tea, her gaze sweeping the room. It was immaculate, as if staff had already been through. Sir Alistair's clothes were put away, his toiletries neatly arranged on the dresser. And there, on a luggage rack near the closet, was the large leather beach bag. It looked untouched. Such a terrible tragedy, Miss Marple murmured, her eyes fixed on the bag. One tries to make sense of it. Sir Alistair seemed so vigorous yesterday, arguing on the phone, full of life. Layla flinched. He was stressed. The business. Always the business. She looked down at her hands. Did he mention meeting anyone last night? After you retired? Miss Marple asked gently. Layla's head snapped up, her eyes widening slightly. No, he just went for a walk to clear his head. That's all. Her denial was a fraction too quick, too emphatic. Of course, Miss Marple soothed. Forgive me. The mind grasps at straws. She set her cup down. I should let you rest. But, before I go, may I use your restroom? Mine seems to be having issues with the storm runoff. It was a flimsy pretext, but Layla, distracted and distraught, merely waved a hand towards the closed door off the main room. Of course, Miss Marple. Through there. Miss Marple nodded to Dr. Vance and slipped into the small, tiled bathroom. She closed the door, her heart pounding. She had perhaps 2 minutes. She didn't use the facilities. Instead, she moved silently back to the door and opened it a crack, listening. Dr. Vance was speaking softly to Layla about the importance of hydration. Now, she slipped out of the bathroom and moved swiftly to the beach bag. It was unzipped. She peered inside. Towels, sunscreen, a book, a half-empty bottle of expensive rum. Her fingers, surprisingly steady for a woman her age, explored the lining. She pressed along the seams, the bottom, the sides. Nothing. Then, near the top, beneath a flap designed to hold wet items, she felt it a slight thickness, a subtle rigidity that didn't match the soft leather. A hidden compartment. Working quickly, she found the tiny, almost invisible clasp. It released with a soft click. Inside the shallow space was a single folded piece of high-quality paper. She pulled it out, unfolded it, and scanned the contents. The handwriting was elegant, masculine, hurried. It read, Layla knows too much. The will is changed. Vance is compromised. Celeste plays her part. Beware the author. Trust no one. Betrayal comes from within the haven itself. If this is found, it was not accident. AF. Miss Marple's breath caught. The will is changed. Vance is compromised. Celeste plays her part. Beware the author. Betrayal comes from within the haven. It was a confession, a warning, a map of the treachery surrounding Sir Alistair. And it confirmed her worst fears. Murder. He knew he was in danger. From his wife? From Vance? From Celeste? From the reclusive Arlo Thorne? From someone within the resort staff? The haven could mean the resort itself. She refolded the note precisely, placed it back in the compartment, and closed the clasp. The whole process took less than 30 seconds. She flushed the toilet for verisimilitude, washed her hands, and emerged. Thank you, my dear, she said to Layla, her voice perfectly normal. Much better. Do try to rest. And Dr. Vance, a word? She steered the surprised doctor towards the door. Once outside, out of earshot of the bungalow, she spoke urgently, her voice low. Doctor, I found something. In Sir Alistair's beach bag, a hidden compartment, a note. Dr. Vance's eyes widened in shock, then narrowed. What? What did it say? Miss Marple summarized the key points. The changed will, his implication of Layla, Vance, Celeste, the author, and the warning about betrayal from within the haven. She omitted the exact phrasing about trust no one, wanting to gauge his reaction. Dr. Vance listened, his face growing progressively paler. When she finished, he looked genuinely shaken. My God, he breathed. He suspected everyone? Me? Celeste? That poor girl? He ran a hand through his silver hair. The will. He did change it recently. He mentioned it vaguely. Said it was for protection. Against contingencies. He looked haunted. But murder? And implicating me? I had disagreements with him. About funding, about ethics. But I wouldn't. I couldn't. Yet the note exists, Doctor, Miss Marple said calmly. And it places you, along with others, in the frame. Sir Alistair clearly believed his life was in danger from multiple quarters, including someone close at hand. She looked towards the main building. Betrayal comes from within the haven. That could mean staff, Doctor. Silas Croft? Someone else? Dr. Vance stared towards the resort, his expression a mixture of fear and dawning horror. Within. The haven? Here? But who? Why? He seemed overwhelmed. Miss Marple patted his arm. Steady, Doctor. We have the note. We have the anomalies, the drag marks, the seaweed. We know the official story is a lie. The question is, who stands to gain most from Sir Alistair's death? Who benefits from the changed will? And who had the means and opportunity to move him? She looked towards the beach path where she'd found the handkerchief. The blood. That wasn't from the pool. Where was he attacked? And why bring him here? Dr. Vance shuddered. The pool, it's symbolic. Clean. Chlorinated. Washes away evidence. Makes it look like an accident. Clever. Twisted. Clever indeed, Miss Marple agreed. And the killer or killers are still here. Among the guests, or the staff. She looked back at the Finch bungalow. Layla is grieving, but is it genuine? Or is it relief? Celeste is performing, but what is her role? And Arlo Thorne. Why would Sir Alistair warn about him? What does a reclusive author have to do with this? Dr. Vance shook his head helplessly. I don't know. This is beyond me. We must go to the police. Show them the note. Miss Marple gave him a look that was both pitying and firm. Chief Inspector Dubois? He dismissed the drag marks and the seaweed as irrelevant. He wants an accident. He will likely dismiss this note as the ramblings of a paranoid man, or worse, a deliberate attempt to cast suspicion after the fact. No, Doctor. For now, we keep this knowledge close. We watch. We listen. We observe. Her eyes, usually so benign, held a steely glint. Sir Alistair left a trail. We must follow it carefully before the killer realizes we have this piece of the puzzle. She turned to walk back towards her own bungalow, the weight of the note's words settling heavily upon her. Betrayal comes from within the haven. The beautiful, tranquil coral reef haven was no longer a paradise. It was a gilded cage, and one of the birds within was a killer. The storm had passed, but a far more dangerous tempest was just beginning to brew, and Miss Marple, armed with a bloodied handkerchief and a dead man's warning, found herself reluctantly at its eye. The peaceful vacation was a distant dream. The deadly vacation had claimed its first victim, and she knew, with chilling certainty, it would not be the last. The game was afoot, and the stakes were life and death.
Chapter 3. Whispers in the Palm Trees. The aftermath of Sir Alistair Finch's death settled over the coral reef haven like a shroud woven from grief, suspicion, and the oppressive Caribbean heat. The official verdict of accidental drowning, delivered with weary finality by Chief Inspector Dubois, did little to dispel the tension. If anything, it thickened it, forcing the unspoken questions and fearful glances underground, where they festered in the humid air. Miss Marple, however, found the enforced confinement of the guests, Dubois' half-hearted attempt at preserving the scene, created a peculiarly effective observatory. Everyone was on display, trapped in the gilded cage of the resort. She spent the morning in the shaded pavilion, ostensibly reading her trollope, but in reality she was a silent spider at the center of a web of human turmoil. She watched Leila Finch, swathed in black despite the heat, sitting alone at a table, pushing untouched fruit around a plate. Her grief seemed genuine, the red-rimmed eyes, the occasional tremor. Yet Miss Marple noted how Leela's gaze constantly swept the area, lingering on Dr. Vance as he spoke with Silas Croft, then flicking towards Celeste Dubois holding court near the bar, and finally, with a peculiar intensity, towards the path leading to the more secluded bungalows where Arlo Thorne resided. It wasn't just grief, it was surveillance. Dr. Vance looked worse than the day before. The strain etched deeper lines around his eyes and mouth. He moved with a stiffness that spoke of profound shock, but also, Miss Marple sensed, of fear. He avoided direct eye contact with both Leela and Celeste, his conversations with Silas Croft seeming strained, his hands clasped tightly behind his back as if to prevent them from trembling. The note's accusation, "Vance is compromised," hung over him like a dark cloud, only visible to Miss Marple and Vance himself. Celeste Dubois, meanwhile, had transformed her shock into a performance of epic proportions. Dressed in flowing black silk that clung dramatically to her figure, she held court near the tiki bar, her voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper that somehow carried across the pavilion. She held forth on the fragility of life, the darkness that lurked beneath Paradise's surface, and the tragic, tragic end of poor Sir Alistair. Yet Miss Marple noted the sharp, calculating look in Celeste's eyes when she thought no one was watching, the way she angled her body to include or exclude certain listeners, and the frequency with which she slipped away to take private calls on the resort's house phone, her voice dropping to an urgent, inaudible murmur. "Celeste plays her part," the note had said. Her part seemed to be directing the narrative. And then there was Arlo Thorne. The reclusive author remained an enigma, a ghost flitting at the edges of the resort's life. He took his meals in his bungalow, delivered by nervous staff. He avoided the common areas entirely. Miss Marple had only glimpsed him once that morning, a fleeting shape in khaki, disappearing behind the dense bougainvillea near Bungalow 9, clutching his ever-present notebook. "Beware the author," Sir Alistair had warned. Why? What secrets did the quiet man with the nervous energy hold? Miss Marple decided it was time to bridge the distance. Armed with a plate of slightly stale biscuits, left over from breakfast, a thoughtful offering from a sympathetic maid, she walked the winding path to Bungalow 9. The air here was thicker, the vegetation more overgrown, muffling the sounds of the resort. Thorne's bungalow was the furthest out, nestled against the edge of the jungle that pressed aggressively against the manicured gardens. It felt isolated, deliberately so. She knocked softly. No answer. She knocked again, a little louder. She heard a scuffling sound inside, a muffled curse. The door opened a crack, held by a security chain. Arlo Thorne's pale, anxious face peered out, his eyes wide behind thick spectacles. "Yes? Who is it? What do you want?" His voice was high, reedy, laced with panic. "Mr. Thorne, Miss Jane Marple, a fellow guest. I noticed you hadn't been to breakfast, and I thought you might be missing some sustenance." She held up the plate of slightly stale biscuits left over from breakfast, a thoughtful offering from a sympathetic maid. Arlo Thorne stared at the biscuits as if they might be poisoned. He swallowed hard. That's very kind, but I'm not hungry. Please, just leave them outside." He started to close the door. "Actually, Mr. Thorne," Miss Marple said quickly, stepping forward slightly, her voice gentle but firm, "I was rather hoping for a brief word about the situation. It's affected us all, hasn't it? And one finds oneself noticing things. Arlo Thorne froze. His eyes darted past her, scanning the path, the jungle. Noticing things? What things? I haven't noticed anything. I keep to myself, always. His knuckles were white where he gripped the doorframe. Of course, Miss Marple soothed. But proximity, you see. One can't help but overhear fragments. See the interactions, like Sir Alistair Finch's argument with his wife the night he died. Quite heated, I understand. She watched his face carefully. Thorne flinched. Argument? I heard voices, shouting, but I didn't listen. I mind my own business. He was sweating now, despite the shade. And Dr. Vance, Miss Marple continued smoothly. He seemed quite agitated yesterday. Did you notice anything unusual about his behavior towards Sir Alistair? Unusual? No, nothing. Thorne's voice rose in pitch. Look, Miss Marple, is it? I don't know anything. I'm here to work, to finish my book, that's all. This tragedy, it's terrible, but it has nothing to do with me. He made a move to slam the door. Mr. Thorne, Miss Marple said, her voice suddenly sharper, cutting through his panic. Sir Alistair Finch was a powerful man. He made enemies. He also knew things, dangerous things, about people, perhaps even about projects from the past. She paused, letting the words hang in the humid air. Projects that might involve medical research, cover-ups. The effect was electric. Thorne's face went from pale to ashen. His eyes widened in pure, unadulterated terror. He took a step back, bumping into the door. I don't know what you're talking about, he stammered, but the denial was hollow, brittle. Please go. I have nothing to say. Leave me alone. He fumbled with the chain, his fingers clumsy. Mr. Thorne, Miss Marple said. She placed the plate of biscuits gently on the step. The biscuits, Mr. Thorne. Do try to eat something. These are trying times. She turned and walked away, feeling his terrified gaze burning into her back long after she rounded the bend in the path. Thorne's reaction was a significant piece, but it raised more questions than it answered. What was he investigating, and why was he so terrified? Miss Marple needed another perspective, one less directly involved in the guests' tangled web. She needed to talk to the staff. They saw everything, heard everything, yet remained largely invisible to the guests. She found her opportunity near the laundry building, a large, steamy structure tucked away behind the main complex. A young woman, barely out of her teens, was taking a break, sitting on an upturned crate, fanning herself with a folded towel. Her name tag read Anya.
"Hot work, my dear," Miss Marple said kindly, approaching. Anya looked up, startled, then offered a shy smile. "Yes, ma'am, especially after the storm. Everything is damp, takes twice as long to dry." "Indeed," Miss Marple agreed, leaning against a nearby palm trunk. "This whole business with Sir Alistair, it must be very unsettling for everyone who works here." Anya nodded vigorously, her eyes wide. "Terrible, ma'am. Just terrible. He seemed strong, not the type to— well, She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "But some of us, we talk, amongst ourselves." "Oh?" Miss Marple prompted gently. "What do you talk about?" Anya glanced around nervously. "Well, like how he was arguing that night. Loud. Everyone in the staff quarters heard. And then, later, after the storm died down some people saw things." "Saw things?" "Yeah, like lights, down by the old cove. The one past the point? Where the big rocks are. Nobody's supposed to go there at night. Dangerous currents. But there were lights. Flashlights, maybe? Moving around? Around the time, well, around when they think Sir Alistair. You know. Miss Marple filed this away. The secluded cove. Lights. During the critical time frame. And did anyone see who it was? Anya shook her head. Too far. Too dark. But there was something else. A few months back, one of the maids, Rosa, she just disappeared, vanished. One day she was here, next day, gone. No note, nothing. Mr. Croft said she just quit, went back to her family on another island. But Anya leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. Rosa was scared, real scared. She told my friend, Maria. She told Maria she had found something bad, about guests, about things happening here. She said she had proof, dangerous proof. Then, poof, gone. Miss Marple felt a chill that had nothing to do with the shade. A missing maid, scared, claiming to have found dangerous proof about guests and things happening here. The timing, months ago, suggested it wasn't directly related to Sir Alistair's death, but it painted a picture of a resort with a history of secrets, perhaps even criminal activity, long before the industrialist arrived. Sir Alistair hadn't been the first to uncover something dark in this paradise. Did Rosa say what kind of proof? Miss Marple asked quietly. Anya shook her head. Maria doesn't know, just that Rosa was terrified, said she was going to hide it good, where no one would find it, except maybe if something happened to her. Anya shivered. Maria thinks maybe something did happen to her. That's why she never came back. Thank you, Anya, Miss Marple said, her voice grave. You've been very helpful and brave to tell me this. Anya just nodded, looking suddenly frightened herself as if she'd said too much. She picked up her towel and hurried back into the steamy laundry. Miss Marple stood by the palm tree, the pieces shifting in her mind. The missing maid, Rosa, her dangerous proof, the lights at the secluded cove the night Sir Alistair died, Thorne's terror at the mention of old projects and cover-ups, Sir Alistair's note warning of betrayal from within the haven. The connections were forming, not yet a clear picture, but a recognizable shape. The coral reef haven was a façade. Beneath the luxury and tranquility lay something rotten, something that had claimed Rosa and now Sir Alistair. And Thorne, the reclusive author, was digging into it. That was why he was scared. He was poking a nest of vipers. She needed to see that cove, and she needed to find Rosa's hidden proof. Anya mentioned the laundry. It was a place of secrets, of hidden pockets and forgotten linens. It was as good a place to start as any. The laundry was cavernous and chaotic, filled with the roar of machines and the scent of detergent and damp fabric. Miss Marple wandered in, looking like a slightly lost guest searching for a missing item. She moved between the rows of industrial washers and dryers, past tables piled high with sheets and towels. Staff nodded politely, but were too busy to question her. She focused on areas less frequently accessed, behind large machines, in corners where dust bunnies gathered, under shelves stacked with cleaning supplies. Rosa worked here. She would have known its nooks and crannies. Miss Marple ran her hands along the underside of a sturdy wooden shelf used for storing stain removers. Her fingers brushed against something taped to the rough wood. A small, flat package wrapped in oilcloth. Her heart quickened. Working quickly, she peeled away the tape and unfolded the oilcloth. Inside was a small, spiral-bound notebook, Rosa's journal, and tucked into the back cover was a key. A small, brass key, unmarked, generic-looking, but clearly important enough to hide. She slipped both items into her large canvas tote bag, her movements casual. She left the laundry as unobtrusively as she had entered, the weight of the journal and key feeling immense. She needed privacy to examine them. Her bungalow was the only option. Back in the cool sanctuary of Bungalow 7, Miss Marple sat at the small desk, the journal open before her. Rosa's handwriting was neat, precise, but the entries grew increasingly frantic as they progressed. The early pages detailed mundane life at the resort, difficult guests, petty thefts among staff, Silas Croft's temper. But then, about 6 months prior, October 12th, strange shipment arrived tonight. After midnight, big crates. Mr. Croft supervised loading them into the old storage shed near the cove. Looked heavy, smelled chemical, like the hospital back home. Why so secret? And why the cove shed? It's falling down. October 25th. Saw Dr. Vance today, not as a guest. He arrived unannounced, went straight to the cove shed with Mr. Croft, stayed nearly 2 hours. Vance looked excited, nervous, not like a guest on vacation. What's in that shed? November 3rd. I followed them, not close, but I saw, through the broken window at the back of the shed. It's a lab. Tables, equipment, glass tubes, things bubbling. Dr. Vance was working with something blue? Looked dangerous. Mr. Croft was watching like a hawk. They're doing experiments here, in secret. But why? On what? November 15th. Found something terrible. In the medical waste bin behind the shed. Used syringes, vials with labels. Labels with patient numbers, not names. Numbers, and dates, and notes. Subject 7, adverse reaction, sedated. Subject 9, cardiac event. Resolved? Resolved or covered up? This isn't research. This is testing on people. But who? The guests? Staff? Oh God, Rosa, what have you stumbled into? November 20th. I saw them bring in someone tonight. A man. Drunk or drugged? He stumbled between Vance and Croft. They took him into the shed. I didn't see him come out. This is wrong. So wrong. I have to get proof. The labels. I managed to grab one before the bin was emptied. It's hidden, with the key. The entry stopped abruptly after that. The terror leapt off the page. Rosa had uncovered a secret medical operation hidden in the dilapidated shed at the secluded cove. Dr. Vance wasn't just a guest. He was running illicit experiments, likely on unsuspecting people, with Silas Croft's complicity. Sir Alister had discovered it too. That was the sensitive research he and Vance argued about. That was the project from the past that terrified Thorne. And that was why Sir Alister changed his will, perhaps to protect Lilla, or to expose the truth, or as leverage, and that was why he was killed.
Miss Marple looked at the brass key. It was small. A locker key? A safe deposit box? Or a key to the cove shed itself? Rosa had hidden proof. The key was part of it. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed on her bungalow door. Startled, Miss Marple quickly closed the journal and slid it, along with the key, under a cushion on the wicker chair. She composed herself and opened the door. Dr. Vance stood there, looking even more haggard than before. His eyes darted past her into the room. "Miss Marple, forgive the intrusion. Might I come in? It's urgent." "Of course, doctor," she said, stepping aside. "Can I offer you tea?" No, thank you." He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. He paced the small room like a caged animal. "I've been thinking about the note, about everything. Sir Alister wasn't just killed, he was silenced because of what he knew about the project." Miss Marple remained silent, letting him talk. It wasn't just funding disputes. He found out about the continuation here, at the resort.
He found the shed. He threatened exposure. He changed his will, left evidence with his lawyer, evidence that would destroy everything. Me, Croft, the others involved. He ran a hand through his hair. I didn't want him dead, I swear. I wanted him stopped, exposed quietly, discredited. But someone took it further, much further. Who, Doctor? Who had the most to lose? Who would kill to protect this operation? Vance stopped pacing and looked at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and guilt. Croft, he has everything invested here. His life, his fortune. And Celeste, she's not just an actress, she's involved financially and personally. She helped recruit subjects, promised them treatments, cures, for a price. She found the vulnerable ones, the desperate ones. He sank on to the edge of the bed. And Leela, God, Leela. Sir Alistair was going to cut her off completely when he found out she knew and didn't tell him. She was afraid of him, afraid of what he'd do. But did she kill him or hire someone? I don't know. And Thorne, the author, he's not writing a novel. He's an investigative journalist. He's been digging for months. He got close to Rosa before she disappeared. He knows too much. He's a loose end. It was a torrent of confessions and accusations. Vance was unraveling, painting a picture of a conspiracy far wider and more sinister than Miss Marple had imagined. Croft, Celeste, potentially Leela, all involved in a deadly scheme using the resort as a cover. Thorne as a dangerous investigator. Rosa as the first victim. Doctor, Miss Marple said, her voice calm but firm, this is very serious. If what you say is true, lives are still in danger, including yours and Thorne's. I know, Vance whispered fiercely. That's why I'm here. We need to go to the police, properly, with everything, now, before someone else dies. He stood up, agitated again. Thorne, he's meeting someone tonight, at the Cove. An informant. He told me. He thinks he's getting proof that will expose everything. But it's a trap. It has to be. They know he's digging. They'll silence him like they silenced Sir Alistair, like they silenced Rosa. Miss Marple's blood ran cold. Thorne, walking into a trap at the Cove. The same cove where Rosa saw the experiments, where the lights were seen the night Sir Alistair died, where Rosa hid her proof. The key in her position suddenly felt like a live wire. When, Doctor? When is he meeting this informant? Midnight, Vance breathed. He said midnight. At the old fishing shack near the point. We have to stop him, or warn him, or get there first, with the police. Miss Marple's mind raced. Midnight. The Cove. Thorne walking into danger. Vance was terrified, possibly unstable, but his fear seemed genuine, and it aligned perfectly with Rosa's journal and the note's warnings. The pieces were clicking into place with terrifying speed. Go to the police, Doctor, Miss Marple said decisively. Now, go to Chief Inspector Dubois. Tell him everything you've told me. Insist he come to the Cove immediately. Don't take no for an answer. Tell him lives are at stake. Tell him you have evidence. She didn't mention Rosa's journal yet. That was her leverage, her insurance. Vance looked at her, a flicker of hope in his terrified eyes. You, what will you do? Miss Marple said, picking up her tote bag, the weight of the journal and key reassuring. I am going to take a little walk towards the Cove. One should always Observe the terrain before the battle, don't you think? She gave him a small, grim smile. Hurry, doctor, and be careful, remember. Trust no one. Vance nodded, a new determination hardening his features. He turned and hurried out of the bungalow, disappearing down the path towards the main building. Miss Marple watched him go. The sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. The beauty of the Caribbean sunset felt grotesque, a mockery of the darkness unfolding within the resort. She had Rose's journal. She had the key. She knew about the trap set for Thorn at the cove. She knew the players, Croft, Celeste, potentially Leela, and Thorn, the intended victim. The conspiracy was vast, the stakes deadly. She walked towards her bungalow door, intending to retrieve a shawl against the cooling evening air. As her hand touched the doorknob, the lights inside her bungalow flickered violently, once, twice, then died completely, plunging the interior into sudden absolute darkness. The familiar hum of the ceiling fans ceased. Outside, the sounds of the resort seemed to hush for a heartbeat. Miss Marple froze, her hand on the cool brass knob. It wasn't a general power outage. The lights in the main building were still visible through the trees. This was localized, deliberate. A message, a warning. Someone knew she was investigating. Someone knew Vance had been to see her, and they were letting her know, in the most chilling way possible, that she was being watched, that the shadows in paradise had eyes, and they were no longer content to remain hidden. The game had escalated, and Miss Marple, standing in the sudden darkness of her bungalow, knew with chilling certainty that she was no longer just an observer. She had become a player, and the next move was hers.
Chapter 4. The Missing Maid. The darkness in Miss Marple's bungalow was absolute, a physical presence that swallowed the familiar shapes of furniture and pressed in with unexpected weight. The sudden, deliberate extinguishing of the lights was more than an inconvenience. It was a violation, a stark message delivered in the silent language of threat. For a long moment she didn't move, her hand still resting on the cool brass doorknob, her ears straining against the sudden, oppressive silence. The rhythmic shushing of the waves outside seemed louder now, the chirping of insects more insistent. Then, from the direction of the main building, came the distant, muffled sound of a generator kicking in. Lights flickered on in the bungalows nearby, one by one, illuminating slices of the tropical night. But not hers. Hers remained plunged in deliberate shadow. They know, she thought, the realization cold and sharp. They know I found Rose's journal. They know Vance came to me. This is a warning. A shiver, unrelated to the temperature, traced its way down her spine. The game had indeed escalated. She was no longer merely an inconvenient observer. She was an active threat to be contained or eliminated. The thought brought not fear, but a surge of grim determination. Jane Marple had faced down murderers in the quiet lanes of St. Mary Mead. She would not be cowed by shadows in the Caribbean. Moving with the silent, economical grace born of long practice, she stepped away from the door. She didn't fumble for a flashlight or candle that would announce her movements. Instead, she relied on memory and the faint, ambient light filtering through the thin curtains from the neighboring bungalows. She crossed to the wicker chair where she'd hidden Rose's journal and the brass key. Her fingers found the cushion, slipped beneath it, and closed around the familiar, reassuring bulk of the notebook and the small, hard shape of the key. She transferred them to the deep, secure pocket of her canvas tote bag. Evidence secured. Next, she moved to the small desk. She needed to write, not just for herself, but as a safeguard. She took out a sheet of resort notepaper and a pen. In the near darkness, her hand moved steadily, forming neat, concise lines. She summarized the critical points: Rosa's disappearance, her journal detailing the secret lab at the Cove, Dr. Vance's confession of involvement and fear, the plot against Arlo Thorne at midnight, and the deliberate power cut to her bungalow. She folded the note precisely and slipped it into an envelope. On the front, she wrote simply, "For Chief Inspector Dubois, in the event of my absence or incapacity." She placed this envelope under the mattress on her bed. A contingency plan, a lifeline. The faint glow from outside was enough to guide her to the door. She opened it quietly and stepped out onto her patio. The night air was warm, thick with the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. The resort lights twinkled deceptively, a façade of normalcy. She scanned the shadows between the bungalows, the dense foliage. Was someone watching? Probably. She forced herself to walk calmly, purposefully, not towards the main building where Vance had gone, but towards the service path that led to the laundry and staff quarters. She needed to verify Rosa's story, to understand the scale of the rot within the coral reef haven. Anya had mentioned Maria, Rosa's friend. Maria would know more. The laundry building, even at this hour, was a hive of muffled activity, steam hissing from vents, the low thrum of machines vibrating through the walls. The air outside was thick with the smell of detergent and bleach. Miss Marple found a side door propped open for ventilation. Inside, the heat was oppressive, the air saturated with moisture. Rows of industrial washers churned, dryers tumbled, staff moved with practiced efficiency, their faces glistening with sweat. Miss Marple stood just inside the doorway, observing. She spotted Anya almost immediately, folding large sheets with mechanical speed. Nearby, another young woman worked, her movement slower, her shoulders slumped with exhaustion. This had to be Maria. She was slightly older than Anya, with deep shadows under her eyes and a perpetually worried expression. She glanced up, saw Miss Marple, and quickly looked down again, her hands moving faster. Miss Marple approached her station. "Excuse me, my dear," she said, her voice soft but carrying over the machine noise. "Might I have a word? It's rather important." Maria startled, dropping a pillowcase. She fumbled to pick it up, avoiding Miss Marple's gaze. I'm working, ma'am. Mr. Croft doesn't like us talking to guests during shifts." "This won't take long," Miss Marple assured her, her tone gentle but insistent. "It's about Rosa. Anya mentioned you were close." Maria's head snapped up, her eyes wide with sudden fear. She darted a nervous look towards the office at the far end of the laundry. "Rosa, I don't know nothing. She left. Quit." "Maria," Miss Marple said, her voice dropping lower, more intimate. "I know she was frightened. I know she found something dangerous, something about this resort, about guests, about experiments." She watched Maria's face closely. The color drained from Maria's face. Her knuckles whitened where she gripped the damp sheet. Who told you that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "A friend," she said simply, "and Rosa herself in a way. She reached into her tote bag, her movements slow and deliberate, and pulled out a small folded piece of oilcloth, the wrapping from Rosa's journal. She didn't show the journal itself, just the distinctive cloth. She hid things, important things, where she knew they'd be safe, where only someone who truly cared would look. Maria stared at the oilcloth, her breath hitching. A tear escaped, tracing a path through the grime on her cheek. "Oh, Rosa, I told her not to. I told her to forget it, to just leave it. Tell me what she found, Maria," Miss Marple urged softly. "Please, it might be too late for Rosa, but it's not too late to stop whoever hurt her, and whoever hurt Sir Arlo Thorne." Maria looked around wildly, then gestured frantically towards a stack of empty laundry carts near the back wall. "Back there! Quick, before someone sees!" They moved behind the towering metal carts, hidden from view by piles of soiled linen. The air was even hotter and damper here, smelling strongly of mildew and sweat. Maria leaned against the cool metal wall, her body shaking. "She found the shed," Maria began, her voice a rushed, terrified whisper. "The old one past the point, near the cove. She saw them bringing in crates late at night, Mr. Croft and Dr. Vance. She got curious. She watched them. One night she found a broken window at the back. She looked inside. She swallowed hard. It was a lab, Miss Marple, like a hospital, but wrong. Tables with straps, machines she'd never seen, vials with weird-colored liquids, and cages. Small cages, empty, but they looked like they'd held animals. Big ones. Miss Marple felt a chill despite the heat. Animals or people?
Maria shuddered. She didn't see people then, not at first, but she saw the waste bins. Medical waste, syringes, vials with labels with numbers, not names, and notes about subjects, adverse reactions, sedations. One note, it said, "Subject 4, termination protocol initiated." Maria's voice broke. "Termination, Miss Marple? What does that mean?" And then she saw them bring someone in, a man. He looked dazed, drunk or drugged. They took him inside. She never saw him come out. Not that night, not ever. "Did she recognize the man?" Miss Marple asked. "No, but she saw Dr. Vance and Mr. Croft often after that, going to the shed, sometimes with others. Once she saw that actress, Miss Dubois. She brought a woman, a tourist, looked sick, desperate. Miss Dubois was talking to her, smiling, leading her towards the path to the cove. Rosa followed, but they went into the shed. The woman never came back to her bungalow. Her things were just gone. Staff said she checked out early." Celeste, recruiting subjects. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Rosa collected proof, labels, notes. Maria nodded vigorously. "Yes, she managed to grab one of the vial labels before they burned the waste, and she wrote everything down, everything she saw, everything she overheard, in her journal. She was terrified. She said she had to hide it where only I would know to look if something happened to her." Maria looked at Miss Marple, her eyes pleading. "She told me about the hiding place. In the laundry, behind the shelf under the stain removers, taped up. She said there was a key, too. A key to a locker in the staff changing room where she put the label she stole. She said if she vanished, I was to get the journal and the label and go to the police. But I was scared, Miss Marple, so scared. Mr. Croft, he's got friends, important friends. And Dr. Vance, he's a respected doctor. Who would believe a maid? And then Rosa, she just disappeared. I thought if I kept quiet, I'd be safe. But now Sir Alistair and you asking questions?" Her voice trailed off. choked with fear and guilt. "You did what you thought was necessary to survive, Maria," Miss Marple said, her voice surprisingly gentle. "But Rosa was brave, and now others are in danger. Arlo Thorne, the author, he's investigating this too. They plan to kill him tonight, at the Cove." Maria gasped. "No, not Mr. Thorne. He talked to Rosa before she vanished. He was nice to her. He believed her. He was trying to help her find proof." "Then we must help him," Miss Marple said firmly, "and we must get Rosa's proof, the journal, and the label. Where is the locker, Maria?" "Staff changing room, down the hall, last locker on the left, number 13. Rosa always said it was unlucky. The key—" Maria looked towards the spot where Miss Marple had found the journal. "You have it? The key?" Miss Marple nodded. "I have it. And the journal. Safe." She didn't mention the power cut. No need to terrify Maria further. "I need to get that label. Then we need to warn Thorne, or stop whoever is going to the Cove." "I'll show you," Maria said, her fear momentarily overridden by a surge of resolve. "Quickly, before my break is over." Maria led Miss Marple out of the steamy laundry area and down a short, dimly lit corridor. The air here was cooler, smelling of concrete and disinfectant. The staff changing room was a functional space with metal lockers lining one wall, benches in the center, and a door leading to showers. It was empty. Maria pointed to locker number 13, the paint slightly chipped around the handle. "That's it! Hurry!" Miss Marple took the small brass key from her pocket. It slid smoothly into the lock. With a satisfying click, the locker door opened. Inside, hanging on a small hook, was a single, clear plastic vial, empty but for a scrap of paper meticulously taped to its side. The paper was a fragment of a larger label, torn hastily. On it, printed in block letters, was a code. Proj Neptune. Subject, 7. Dose, 5 cc's. React, adverse, cardiac. Status, resolved. Date, 15/11. Below the printed text, in Rosa's neat, hurried cursive, was a single, damning word. Murdered. Murdered. Miss Marple stared at the fragment. Project Neptune. Subject, 7. Adverse cardiac reaction. Resolved. Rosa's question mark screamed the truth. This wasn't an adverse reaction. It was a death, covered up, labeled as resolved. The cold evidence of murder hidden in a maid's locker. She carefully detached the vial, placing it and the key into her tote bag alongside the journal. "Got it," she said to Maria, closing the locker. "Now, Thorne, do you know where he is? His bungalow?" "Number 9. But he's not there. He left about an hour ago. Said he was going for a walk, to clear his head." Maria's eyes widened in dawning horror. "Oh, Miss Marple, the Cove, midnight. He's going early. He's walking into it." Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through Miss Marple. Thorne, already en route to the Cove. Vance was likely still trying to convince the useless Dubois. Time was running out. "Thank you, Maria," Miss Marple said, her voice urgent but steady. "You've been incredibly brave. Go back to work. Act normally. I'll handle this. And Maria, if anyone asks, you saw nothing. You spoke to no one. Understand?" Maria nodded, her face pale but determined. "Be careful, Miss Marple. They play for keeps." Miss Marple didn't need the warning. She slipped out of the changing room and hurried back towards the main resort paths, her mind racing. Thorne was already en route to the Cove. She had to intercept him. But how? The path to the Cove was secluded, winding along the coastline for nearly a mile before reaching the old fishing shack and the dilapidated shed. She couldn't risk running headlong into the killers herself. She needed a diversion. Something to draw attention away from the Cove path. Something to disrupt the carefully laid trap. Her eyes fell on the large, ornate, gas-tiki torches lining the main walkways and around the central pavilion. An idea sparked, desperate but potentially effective.
She approached the pavilion. Celeste Dubois was still there, holding a subdued court, although the atmosphere was strained. Silas Croft stood nearby, talking urgently with two large burly men Miss Marple recognized as resort security, the ones who always seemed to be in the background, watching. The muscle, she thought, likely the ones who moved Sir Alistair, the ones waiting for Thorn. Miss Marple walked deliberately towards the bar, catching Celeste's eye. "Miss Dubois," Miss Marple said, her voice clear and carrying slightly. "Such a dreadful business. One finds it hard to concentrate. I was wondering, might it be possible to have the torches lit along the beach path? The light might be comforting, a tribute to Sir Alistair, perhaps?" She gestured vaguely towards the path that led past the Finch bungalow and onwards, branching off towards the cove. Celeste looked startled, then suspicious. "The torches? At this hour? I suppose, Mr. Croft?" She looked questioningly to the manager. Croft frowned, clearly annoyed by the interruption. "Miss Marple, the staff are busy, and it's hardly necessary." "Nonsense, Silas," Celeste said, a sudden sharp glint in her eye. "A lovely sentiment, a tribute. Do it. Have the men light the torches along the main beach walk, all of them, immediately." Her tone was dismissive, almost commanding. She was trying to appear in control, unconcerned. Croft hesitated, then gave a curt nod to the two security men. "You heard the lady. Light the torches along the main beach walk, now."
The two men exchanged a look of irritation, but moved off towards a storage shed, likely where the torch fuel was kept. It was a small victory, but a crucial one. It would draw the security detail away from the cove path, at least temporarily, and the sudden blaze of light along the normally dark beach path would be a conspicuous disruption. Miss Marple murmured a thanks to Celeste and slipped away, heading not towards the beach path, but towards the service road that ran parallel, hidden by dense foliage. It was a rougher track used by staff and maintenance vehicles, but it offered cover and a more direct route to the point where the cove path began. She moved quickly, quietly, the sounds of the resort fading behind her, replaced by the rustle of the jungle and the growing roar of the surf as she neared the point. The air grew cooler, smelling of salt and damp rock. The moon was high now, casting silvery light through the palm fronds. She reached the junction where the main beach path branched off towards the cove. She concealed herself behind a thick stand of sea grapes, peering down the narrower, darker trail that snaked towards the cove. Below, the waves crashed against jagged rocks with increasing force, and there, moving cautiously along the path, a solitary figure, illuminated briefly by a shaft of moonlight. Arlo Thorn. He was clutching his notebook, his body tense, constantly looking over his shoulder. He was close, too close to the cove. Miss Marple had to act. She couldn't call out. It would alert anyone waiting ahead. She stepped out from behind the sea grapes just as Thorn passed her position. "Mr. Thorn," she said, her voice low but urgent. Thorn jumped violently, nearly dropping his notebook. He spun around, his face a mask of pure terror in the moonlight. "You? What are you doing here? Leave me alone." "Mr. Thorn, listen to me," Miss Marple said, stepping closer, keeping her voice calm but insistent. "It's a trap. They know you're coming. They're waiting for you at the cove to silence you, like they silenced Rosa, like they silenced Sir Alistair." Thorn stared at her, his eyes wide with disbelief and dawning horror. How do you know about Rosa, about the trap?" "I found her journal," Miss Marple said simply, "and Maria told me the rest, about the lab, about the subjects, about the murders. Project Neptune." She saw the recognition flare in his eyes at the name. "You know it, don't you? That's what you've been investigating." Thorn swayed, looking like he might faint. "Project Neptune. Yes, a rogue medical trial. Banned years ago, unethical, deadly results, covered up.
I traced rumors, whispers, to this place, to Vance. He was involved in the original cover-up. I think he restarted it here, using the resort as cover. Rosa, she gave me proof before she vanished. She told me she had more hidden. She was supposed to meet me tonight, at the shack, with the key to the shed. But if it's a trap, it is, Miss Marple confirmed. Croft's men are likely waiting, or worse. We need to get you out of here, now, back to the resort, to the police. I have Rosa's journal and the evidence from her locker. We have enough. Thorne looked torn. The journalist's instinct warred with raw fear. But the shed, the proof inside, if we could just get in. Another time, Mr. Thorne, Miss Marple said firmly, with the police. Tonight, survival is the priority. Come. She started to turn back towards the service road. It was then that the night exploded, not with gunfire, but with light and sound. Down the beach, the main path suddenly blazed into life as the security men lit the tiki torches as instructed. Dozens of flames roared to life simultaneously, turning the dark beach into a startlingly bright, flickering corridor. It was a beacon, impossible to miss. At the instant, from the direction of the cove, came a sharp, metallic clang, the sound of a door being slammed, perhaps in haste or surprise. Then a muffled curse and the rapid crunch of footsteps on the rocky path, retreating away from the cove, deeper into the jungle. Thorne gasped. "They're running! The light! Your diversion! It worked!" Miss Marple grabbed his arm. "Don't wait! Go! Now! Back to the resort! Find Vance! Find Dubois! Tell them everything! I'll follow!" She gave him a push towards the service road. Thorne needed no further urging. He turned and fled up the path, disappearing into the shadows, the sound of his frantic footsteps quickly fading. Miss Marple didn't follow immediately. She stood for a moment, listening. The footsteps retreating into the jungle grew fainter. The bright torches on the beach path below continued to burn, a stark contrast to the darkness surrounding the cove. The trap had been sprung prematurely. Thorne was safe, for now, but the killers were still out there, somewhere in the dense undergrowth, and the evidence, the incriminating contents of the shed, remained untouched, waiting. She looked towards the dark maw of the cove path, then back towards the distant lights of the resort. Thorne was going to the authorities with Rose's journal and the vial label. It was enough to start an investigation, enough to expose the conspiracy. But the full truth, the irrefutable proof inside that shed, was still hidden. And Silas Croft, Dr. Vance, Celeste Dubois, they were still at the resort, watching, waiting, dangerous. A low rumble of thunder growled in the distance. The air, which had been merely humid, now felt charged, heavy with the promise of another storm. Miss Marple pulled her light cardigan tighter around her shoulders. The immediate crisis was averted, but the war was far from over. She had the missing maid's story written in her own terrified hand. She had the proof of murder on a scrap of vial label. She had unmasked the players, but the game was still being played, and the stakes were life and death. As she turned and began the walk back towards the deceptive lights of the coral reef haven, the first fat drops of cold rain began to fall on the path, like dark, ominous tears. The storm wasn't just in the sky. It was about to break over the paradise, and Miss Marple knew she was standing directly in its path. The missing maid's silence had been broken, but the echoes of her fear were only just beginning to reverberate through the deadly vacation.
Chapter 5. Poison Paradise. The rain that had begun as a few ominous spatters during Miss Marple's return from the cove intensified into a relentless drumming downpour by dawn. It wasn't the violent theatrical storm of Sir Alister's death night, but a sullen, persistent deluge that turned the resort paths into muddy streams and leached the vibrant colors from the bougainvillea, leaving everything dripping and gray. The atmosphere inside the coral reef haven matched the weather, thick, heavy, and charged with a new, sharper fear. Dr. Emilio Vance was dead. The news spread like wildfire through the confined guests, carried by hushed whispers and pale, frightened faces. Chief Inspector Dubois, roused from his bed and looking profoundly irritated at being summoned again so soon, declared it a heart attack, brought on by the stress of Sir Alister's death and the previous night's unfortunate disturbances. But Miss Marple, standing just outside the taped-off bungalow, number 5, next door to the Finches, knew better. The air around the entrance held a faint, acrid tang beneath the scent of rain and damp earth, a bitter, almond-like odor that sent a chill through her far deeper than the wet chill seeping through her cardigan. Not a heart attack, she thought, her gaze sweeping the small crowd of guests, kept at a distance by a bored-looking officer. Poison. And the timing was damning. Vance had been on his way to expose everything. He'd confessed his involvement to her, named Croft and Celeste, and was presumably heading to confront Dubois when someone had silenced him permanently and efficiently. Lila Finch stood apart, her black dress clinging damply to her frame, her face pale but curiously composed. Her eyes, however, were fixed on the doorway of Vance's bungalow, not with grief, but with the focused, almost calculating intensity. Celeste Dubois was the picture of distraught elegance, dabbing at her eyes with a lace handkerchief, her performance slightly marred by the nervous glances she kept shooting towards the jungle path leading to the cove. Silas Croft was barking orders at staff, his face flushed, his bluster failing to conceal the tension in his shoulders. Arlo Thorne, looking gaunt and haunted, clutching Rose's journal tightly to his chest like a shield, his eyes darting nervously. He had made it back safely last night, had found Dubois, who was initially dismissive, and, with Thorne's frantic testimony and Miss Marple's note, delivered by a shaken Maria, had finally spurred the inspector into reluctant, grudging action. Too late for Vance. Miss Marple needed to see the scene. Dubois would never allow it. She needed a distraction. She spotted Thorne looking utterly lost and overwhelmed. Perfect. "Mr. Thorne," she murmured, moving to his side, "you look unwell. The shock, the rain. Perhaps you should sit down. In the lounge. I'll fetch you some brandy." I raised her voice slightly, just enough to carry. "Poor man. He found Sir Alister, and now this. It's all too much." Dubois, overhearing, scowled. "Fine, fine. Take him inside. But stay out of the way, Miss Marple. This is official police business now." He turned back to his men, dismissing them. Miss Marple guided the trembling Thorne towards the lounge. Once inside, out of immediate earshot, she stopped. "Mr. Thorne, listen carefully. I need to get into Vance's bungalow. Dubois won't find what I need to find. He'll see a convenient heart attack. I need to look for traces of poison, the smell, bitter almonds, cyanide likely." Thorne's eyes widened. "Cyanide? But how?" "Later. Now, I need you to create a diversion. Something loud, something that draws Dubois and his men away from the doorway for just a minute. Can you do that?" Thorne looked terrified, then a flicker of resolve crossed his face. He nodded. The fuse box for the east wing. It's in that alcove near the kitchen. If I trip the main breaker for the dining pavilion and lounge, it will cause a commotion. Lights out, confusion." "Excellent," Miss Marple said. "Do it now. I'll be ready." Thorne slipped away, melting into the shadows of the corridor. Miss Marple moved towards the main entrance, positioning herself where she could see Vance's bungalow, but also have a clear view of the dining pavilion. A minute later, the world plunged into darkness. Not just the pavilion, but a significant section of the resort, including the lights around Vance's bungalow. Cries of surprise erupted from guests and staff alike. Dubois cursed loudly. "What now? Find the maintenance man. Get those lights back on." In the sudden, chaotic darkness, illuminated only by the gray daylight filtering through the rain, Miss Marple moved. She was just another shadow flitting towards the commotion. She slipped past the distracted officer guarding the tape and ducked inside Vance's bungalow. The air inside was stale, heavy with the scent of damp wool, antiseptic, and that unmistakable, faintly sweet, bitter almond smell. Vance lay on the bed, fully clothed, as if he'd collapsed moments after returning, his face slightly blue-tinged, his expression frozen in a rictus of surprise. Dubois' men hadn't touched anything yet, assuming natural causes. Miss Marple didn't approach the body. She went straight to the nightstand. Her eyes, accustomed to the gloom, scanned the surface. A glass of water, half empty, a book, face down, a reading lamp, and there, barely visible, half hidden by the edge of the lamp base where it had rolled or been brushed aside, a small pale yellow pill, partially dissolved. Cyanide wasn't typically administered in pill form for rapid effect. It was usually a salt dissolved in liquid, but a pill could be crushed, slipped into a drink, or perhaps it was a different compound altogether. Regardless, it was out of place. Using a tissue from her pocket, Miss Marple carefully picked up the pill fragment, sealing it in another small plastic bag she had brought from her room. Next, she examined the glass. No residue she could see, but that meant little. She opened the drawer of the nightstand. Inside, amongst pens and notepads, was a small leather-bound address book. She flipped through it. Mostly names and numbers, but tucked into the back was a folded piece of paper. Not resort stationery, cheap lined paper. She unfolded it. It wasn't a note. It was a list, scrawled in Vance's hurried hand. Project Neptune subjects. Known. J. Davies, tourist. Adverse. Neuro. Disappeared. H. Henderson, tourist. Cardiac event. Resolved. Deceased. A. Finch, industrialist. Threatened exposure. Terminated. Rosa Mendez, staff. Witness. Terminated. Vance, self. Complicit. Target. Below the list, Vance had written Celeste, recruiter, Croft, logistics, lab, Cove Shed, proof, files, samples, key.
It was a deathbed confession, a desperate summary of the conspiracy and his own place within it. He knew he was next. Terminated was his chilling euphemism for murder. He suspected Celeste's role in bringing victims and Croft in managing the operation. He knew the location of the lab. And he was looking for proof, files, samples, a key. The key, Miss Marple thought instantly. Rose's key, the one to her locker. Yes, but also, could it open the shed? Rosa had hidden proof there, too. Vance died before he could find it. She refolded the list and slipped it into her pocket alongside the pill fragment. She heard voices approaching. Dubois, demanding lights. Time was up. She slipped out of the bungalow the way she'd come, melting back into the crowd milling in the semi-darkness just as the generator kicked in and lights began to flicker back on. No one noticed her return to Thorne's side in the lounge. Thorne looked at her, his eyes questioning. She gave a minute, almost imperceptible nod. He sagged with relief. Dubois stormed back into the main area, his face thunderous. Sabotage. Probably a fuse blew with the damp. Nothing more. Now, as I was saying, Dr. Vance's death appears to be natural causes. Stress-induced cardiac arrest. The storm, the previous tragedy, it was too much for his heart. He sounded like he was trying to convince himself. With respect, Chief Inspector, Miss Marple said, her voice clear and calm, cutting through his pronouncement. Dr. Vance was a physician. He would have recognized the signs of cardiac distress. He would have sought help. Furthermore, she paused, letting the weight of her words settle. There was a distinct odor in that bungalow. Bitter almonds, a classic sign of cyanide poisoning. Dubois flushed. Nonsense, Miss Marple. The damp, the antiseptic. Your imagination is running away with you. Is it? Miss Marple asked softly. Then perhaps you can explain why Sir Alistair Finch, a man who allegedly drowned in a chlorinated pool, had deep-water kelp clinging to his pajamas, or why there were drag marks leading to the pool, or why Dr. Vance, just hours before his death, confessed to me his involvement in an illegal medical experiment called Project Neptune, being run here at this resort, an experiment that has already claimed at least 4 lives that we know of. She let the accusations hang in the air, watching the faces of those nearby, Leela's impassivity, Croft's sudden stillness, Celeste's sharp intake of breath. Dubois looked momentarily stunned, then his face hardened. "Confessions, to you, an elderly tourist. This is absurd. You have no proof." "Perhaps not proof that would satisfy a court, Inspector," Miss Marple admitted. "But I have Rosa Mendez's journal, detailing the lab at the Cove. I have a vial label from her locker, referencing Project Neptune, and an adverse cardiac reaction that she believed was murder. And I have Dr. Vance's own list, naming himself, Sir Alistair, Rosa, and 2 tourists as victims of termination. He named Celeste Dubois as a recruiter and Silas Croft as logistics. He was looking for proof hidden in the Cove shed, proof he believed would expose everything." The effect was electric. Croft took a step forward, his face mottled with rage. "That's a lie! Slander! I'll have you arrested!" Celeste swayed, her hand flying to her throat. "Emilio, he said that about me?" Her voice was a mixture of outrage and genuine hurt. Leela finally spoke, her voice cold and clear. "It's true, Inspector, all of it. I knew about the project, about the shed, about Emilio's involvement. Alistair found out too. That's why he changed his will. That's why he was killed." She turned her gaze on Croft, then Celeste. "And you two, you orchestrated it all." The accusation, delivered with such chilling calm, shattered the fragile façade. Croft sputtered, denying everything. Celeste burst into tears, a torrent of French and English mixing in her distress. "It wasn't like that. We were helping people, desperate people. The treatments, they showed promise. The risks, they were explained. The accidents, they were unfortunate." Her protestations sounded hollow, desperate. Dubois looked utterly overwhelmed, caught between his desire for a simple solution and the sheer weight of testimony and evidence being thrust upon him. He looked at Miss Marple, a flicker of something resembling respect in his eyes. This changes things. We will need to search the Cove shed, immediately, with warrants." He pulled out his radio, barking orders. Miss Marple felt a surge of relief. The truth was finally breaking through. But the danger wasn't over. Croft and Celeste were still there, cornered animals, and whoever had poisoned Vance was still at large. She needed to get the pill fragment analyzed. She needed to secure Rose's key and get to that shed before Croft could destroy any evidence. She slipped away quietly from the growing chaos near the lounge, heading back towards her bungalow. The rain had lessened to a drizzle, but the sky remained a low, oppressive gray. She needed to secure her findings, Vance's list, the pill fragment, Rose's journal and key, and plan her next move. The shed was the key. It held the final proof. As she approached the path to her bungalow, a figure detached itself from the dense foliage beside it. Celeste Dubois. Her face was tear-streaked, her expensive dress muddy at the hem. She looked wrecked, defeated. "Miss Marple," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "Wait." "Miss Dubois," Miss Marple said, her hand tightening on the strap of her tote bag. "You should be with the inspector." Celeste gave a bitter laugh. "The inspector. He's going to lock me up, or worse. Silas, he'll make sure I take the fall, all of it." She stepped closer, her eyes pleading. "You don't understand. It wasn't like this. The project, Neptune, it was promising once, years ago. But it went wrong. People died. It was covered up. Silas found out about it, blackmailed the original backers. He brought in Emilio. He knew the science. They restarted it here, using the resort, the perfect cover. Tourists come and go. No one asks questions." "And your role, Miss Dubois?" Miss Marple asked quietly. She flinched. I found the subjects, people who were desperate, ill, willing to try anything, willing to pay. I told them it was experimental, cutting edge. I believed it at first. But then Rosa, she saw too much. She threatened to go to the police. Silas, he handled her. And Alistair, he found out about the money, the cover-up. He was going to expose everything, ruin us. He changed his will, left evidence that would destroy Silas. Silas panicked. He ordered Alistair taken care of. Emilio, he helped move the body, made it look like an accident. She choked back a sob. And last night, Emilio came to me, terrified. He said he'd told you everything. He was going to the police, to turn himself in, to expose Silas. I called Silas. I told him Emilio was cracking. I didn't think he'd poison him. Her voice cracked. Silas is a monster. He'll kill anyone to protect this, to protect the money. Where is Silas now, Miss Dubois? Miss Marple asked, her voice sharp. She shook her head. I don't know. After the lights went out, he vanished. He knows the police are coming for the shed. He'll go there to destroy the evidence, or to set a trap. She looked at Miss Marple, her eyes desperate. Rosa Minbez was my sister, my half-sister. Her mother had her with a local man. She worked here to send money home. She told me what Silas and Emilio were doing. She begged me to help her stop it. I was scared. I didn't believe her. Not until it was too late. When Rosa disappeared, I knew. But I was trapped. Silas owned me. He knew about my past, about things that could ruin me. Tears streamed down her face. I failed her, Miss Marple. I failed her twice. Help me stop him, before he kills again, before he destroys everything.
The confession, the sibling connection, the blackmail, the fear, painted Celeste in a new, tragic light. Not a mastermind, but a trapped accomplice, consumed by guilt and fear. And the warning was clear. Silas Croft was heading to the Cove Shed, likely armed and desperate. "Thank you for telling me this, Celeste," Miss Marple said, her voice surprisingly gentle. "Go back to the main building, stay with the inspector, tell him everything you just told me. It might help you." She didn't promise safety. She couldn't. Celeste nodded numbly and turned, walking slowly back towards the lights of the resort like a condemned prisoner. Miss Marple hurried into her bungalow. She quickly gathered her evidence: Rosa's journal, the vial label, Vance's list, the pill fragment. She slipped Rosa's brass key onto a chain around her neck, tucked under her dress. She needed to get to the Cove Shed, now, before Croft, before Dubois' slow-moving bureaucracy could botch it. She needed the proof inside. She also needed backup: Thorne. She found Thorne in the dining pavilion, nursing a cup of coffee, looking shell-shocked. "Mr. Thorne," she said urgently, "Silas Croft is heading to the Cove Shed, likely to destroy evidence. Celeste just confirmed everything: the project, Rosa being her sister, Croft ordering the murders. We need to get to that shed before he does, or at least see what he does." Thorne paled, but nodded. "Okay. How? The path will be watched." "There's another way," Miss Marple said. "The service road. It runs behind the staff quarters, comes out near the old generator shed above the cove. It's steep, overgrown, but it's a way. We need to go, now. They slipped out of the pavilion, avoiding the main paths. The service road was indeed treacherous, slick with mud, choked with roots and low-hanging branches. The drizzle made the going slow and difficult. They climbed steadily, the sound of the crashing waves growing louder below. Finally, they emerged onto a rocky outcrop overlooking the cove. Below, nestled against the cliff face, partly hidden by overgrown palms and thick ferns, stood the dilapidated shed Rosa had described. It looked even more derelict up close. Rotting wood, a rusted tin roof, boarded-up windows. But there was fresh activity. A section of boarding near the back had been pried away, and a figure was just disappearing inside. Silas Croft. "He's here," Thorne whispered, his voice tight with fear. "Stay here," Miss Marple instructed. "Watch. If anyone else comes, signal me. If I'm not out in 15 minutes, go back. Get Dubois. Bring everyone." "Miss Marple, you can't go in there alone. He's dangerous." "He won't expect me," she said, her voice firm. "And I have this." She touched the key around her neck. "Rose's key. It might fit something important inside." Before Thorne could protest further, she began picking her way down the steep, rocky path towards the shed. The air near the shed smelled of damp earth, salt, and something else, a faint chemical tang. She reached the pried-open boarding. Peering inside, she saw Croft moving frantically. He was stuffing papers into a large canvas bag, smashing glass vials against the concrete floor, kicking over equipment. He was muttering to himself, a stream of curses and threats. Stupid old woman, meddling fool, should have finished her off properly. And Vance, weakling. And that actress, useless. He was destroying everything. Miss Marple took a deep breath and slipped silently through the opening. The interior was dim, lit only by a single bare bulb hanging crookedly from the ceiling. It was a scene of chaotic destruction. Tables were overturned, glass shards littered the floor, liquids pooled in iridescent slicks. Along one wall were the cages Rosa had described, small, rusted, empty. In the center of the room stood a large, old-fashioned combination safe. Its door hung open, empty. Croft had already cleaned it out. He was so focused on his rampage, he didn't hear her approach. Miss Marple's eyes scanned the wreckage. Near the overturned safe, half buried under a pile of broken glass and torn papers, was a small metal cash box. It looked sturdy, undamaged, and it had a keyhole. A small, old-fashioned keyhole. Rose's key? Croft kicked over a metal shelf, sending clattering echoes through the shed. Miss Marple used the noise as cover. She darted forward, snatched up the cash box, and retreated back into the shadows near the entrance. Croft didn't notice. He was stuffing the last of the papers into his bag. Miss Marple slipped back out through the opening and scrambled up the path to where Thorne waited. "Got something," she breathed, holding up the cash box. "He's destroying everything else. We need to go, now." They retreated back up the service road, the sound of Croft's furious destruction fading behind them. They emerged back near the resort, breathless and muddy, just as Chief Inspector Dubois, flanked by several officers and a very subdued-looking Celeste, was heading towards the cove path. "Miss Marple! Thorne!" Dubois barked. "Where have you been? What's that?" "Croft is in the shed, Inspector," Miss Marple said, holding up the cash box, "destroying evidence. But I believe this may contain something important. It was hidden, and it has a keyhole." Miss Marple pulled Rosa's key from around her neck. This key was found with Rosa Mendez's belongings. It might fit. Dubois' eyes widened. He took the box and the key. The key slid smoothly into the lock. With a satisfying click, it opened. Inside, nestled in faded velvet lining, were several bound ledgers, a stack of photographic negatives, and a single sealed envelope addressed simply, "To whom it concern, the truth about Project Neptune." Dubois flipped open one ledger. His face went pale. Financial records, payments, subject numbers, dates of termination. This This is it! The smoking gun. He looked at Miss Marple, then towards the cove path, his expression hardening. All right, men, let's go get Mr. Croft. As the officers moved off, Dubois turned back to Miss Marple and Thorne. You two, stay here, with Celeste. You've done enough, more than enough. He hesitated. Thank you, Miss Marple. You were right, about everything. Miss Marple watched him go, a wave of exhaustion washing over her. They had the proof. Croft would be arrested. The conspiracy was exposed. Rose's death, Sir Alister's, Vance's, they would have justice. Celeste would face the consequences of her actions, however tragic her motivations. Lila Finch, her role was still unclear, but the truth would out. She looked down at the cash box in Dubois' hand, then towards the gray, rain-lashed sky. The deadly vacation was nearly over. The darkness in paradise had been dragged into the light. But as she stood there, the damp chill seeping into her bones, she felt a profound weariness. The cost had been high. And as she turned to follow Thorne and Celeste back towards the relative safety of the resort, she felt a sudden, inexplicable prickle on the back of her neck. She glanced back towards the dense foliage lining the path. Nothing moved, just the dripping leaves and the shifting shadows. Yet the feeling persisted, a sense of being watched, of eyes lingering in the gloom. The storm might be passing, but she couldn't shake the feeling that one last dangerous piece remained hidden in the wreckage of this poisoned paradise. The game wasn't quite over.
Chapter 6. Deadly Reunion. The arrest of Silas Croft, dragged kicking and screaming from the cove shed amidst shattered glass and incriminating ledgers, should have been the climax. It should have brought a sense of closure, of justice served to the coral reef haven. But as Miss Marple stood on her bungalow patio the following morning, watching the Caribbean Sea settle back into its deceptive turquoise calm, she felt only a profound unease. The air, washed clean by the previous day's rain, still carried the faint, acrid tang of destruction from the shed. Croft's furious shouts, "You don't understand! It's bigger than me! He made me do it!" echoed in her mind. He? Who? Croft was the manager, the logistics man, the brute force. But Vance's list, Rosa's journal, Celeste's tearful confession all pointed to a deeper lair, a hidden architect of Project Neptune's resurrection. Croft was a lieutenant, not the general. Chief Inspector Dubois, buoyed by the undeniable evidence in the cash box, the ledgers detailing payments to subjects, the photographic negatives showing the lab's grim interior, and the sealed envelope containing a full confession from the original whistleblower, now long deceased, was finally acting with decisive energy. Croft was locked in the island's only secure cell. Celeste Dubois, under guard, was singing like a canary, naming names, dates, and locations in exchange for leniency, her grief over Rosa mingling with a desperate self-preservation. Lila Finch, released from the immediate suspicion surrounding her husband's death, had retreated to her bungalow, emerging only for meals, her face an impassive mask. Arlo Thorne, clutching Rose's journal like a lifeline, was holed up in his room, transcribing its contents with feverish intensity, determined to expose the full story. Yet, the feeling of being watched, of eyes lingering in the lush foliage, hadn't dissipated. If anything, it had intensified. Croft's arrest had left a vacuum, and Miss Marple sensed a dangerous current swirling to fill it. The mastermind was still out there, hidden amongst the guests or staff, watching, waiting, potentially planning their next move. And Miss Marple, having dismantled the operation's visible structure, had become the most visible threat. She needed to understand the why behind Project Neptune's revival,
Not just the greed, though that was clearly a factor for Croft. What drove the science? What was the ultimate goal? And who had the knowledge and resources to orchestrate it? Vance was dead, Croft arrested, Celeste talking. That left Lila? Unlikely. Thorne? Possible, but his terror seemed genuine. Someone else entirely? Her thoughts drifted back to Vance's list. Project Neptune subjects known. He'd listed J. Davies, M. Henderson, Alistair Finch, Rosa Mendez, and himself. But Project Neptune wasn't new. Rosa's journal mentioned it was banned years ago. The scandal. That was the key. The past was poisoning the present. Who from that past was still alive, still involved? An idea sparked. The resort's guest list. Dubois had it. She needed to see it, not just the current guests, but any long-term residents, anyone with a connection to the island, to Croft, or to the medical community going back decades. It was a long shot, but it was a thread. She found Dubois in the resort's small, makeshift office, poring over the ledgers with a magnifying glass, looking more harried than ever. The weight of the case was settling on him. "Inspector," Miss Marple began, "a moment, if I may." Dubois looked up, rubbing his red-hot eyes. "Miss Marple, what is it? I'm up to my neck in financial records tracing back to shell corporations in Panama. This is immense." "Indeed," she agreed. "But I believe we need to look further back, to the origins of Project Neptune. Who was involved in the original trials? Who covered it up? And crucially, who from that era might still be alive, with motive and means to restart it here?" Dubois sighed. "A fair point. The original whistleblower's confession in that envelope names the lead researcher, a Dr. Alistair Thorne." Miss Marple froze. "Thorne? Arlo Thorne? The author?" Dubois frowned, flipping through a photocopy of the confession. "No, Dr. Alistair Thorne. Arlo Thorne's father. The confession states Dr. Alistair Thorne was the brilliant but ethically dubious head of the research team. He falsified results, ignored adverse reactions, and when the first subjects died, he helped orchestrate the cover-up. He vanished shortly after the scandal broke, presumed dead years ago, though no body was ever found. Arlo Thorne, the note says, was a young man at the time, a medical student himself. He disappeared around the same time as his father." The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Arlo Thorne wasn't just an investigative journalist. He was the son of the original monster behind Project Neptune. He wasn't just investigating, he was confronting his father's legacy. His terror wasn't just of Croft, it was of the truth, of his own potential connection, of the weight of his name. And his presence here, at the resort where Neptune was reborn, was it coincidence? Or was he drawn to it? Or involved? "Inspector," Miss Marple said, her voice tight with urgency, "where is Arlo Thorne now?" Dubois' eyes widened as the implication hit him. "His bungalow. He said he needed quiet to work. Should I—" "Yes," Miss Marple said firmly. "Now." And quietly. They moved swiftly but cautiously towards Bungalow 9. The path seemed unnaturally quiet, the usual birdsong absent. Thorne's bungalow door was slightly ajar. Dubois drew his service revolver, signaling Miss Marple to stay back. He nudged the door open with his foot. The bungalow was in chaos. Papers were scattered everywhere, pages torn from Rosa's journal, photocopies of old medical articles, handwritten notes. A laptop lay smashed on the floor, and in the center of the room, slumped over the desk, was Arlo Thorne. His glasses were askew, his face pale, a thin line of foam at the corner of his mouth. Beside his outstretched hand lay an empty glass, a faint, bitter almond scent already detectable. Dubois holstered his gun with a curse. "Not again! Cyanide? How did he get it?" Miss Marple stepped carefully into the room, her eyes scanning the devastation. This wasn't a suicide. The smashed laptop, the scattered papers, it spoke of a struggle or a frantic search. And the glass, it was clean, but nearby, half hidden under a sheaf of papers, was a small, ornate silver locket. It was open, revealing a faded photograph of a stern-looking man in a lab coat, Dr. Alastair Thorne, and a much younger Arlo. Tucked into the other side was a tiny, tightly folded piece of paper. Miss Marple used a tissue to pick up the locket and extract the note. The handwriting was Arlo's, rushed and desperate. "Found it. Father's coded notes, hidden in his old locket. Neptune wasn't just a trial, it was a weapon, designed to target specific genetic markers. He sold it, after the scandal. Sold the research to the highest bidder. They've been waiting, refining it. Croft was just the caretaker. The real buyers, they're here, on the island, watching. They know I have the locket. They know I decoded his key. If I'm gone, the locket is the proof. The genetic key. Give it to Lila. She'll understand. Her father. Subject 0. Trust no one, especially not—" The note ended abruptly, smudged. The final word was illegible. Subject 0? Lila's father? And the warning cut off. Especially not. Who? Dubois? Herself? Someone else entirely? "Inspector," Miss Marple said, her voice grim, holding up the locket and note. "This wasn't suicide. Arlo Thorne was murdered. He discovered his father didn't just cover up Neptune, he weaponized the research and sold it. The people who bought it, they're here, on the island, watching. They killed Arlo to get the locket back. They failed. Now they'll come for me." The revelation was staggering. Lila wasn't just a grieving widow. She was the daughter of Project Neptune's first victim, the keeper of its most dangerous secret, and now the target
of the shadowy buyers who had weaponized Thorne's monstrous research. The conspiracy wasn't just Croft's greed, it was a legacy of scientific horror passed down through generations, now in the hands of unknown, powerful players. "Who, Leela?" Miss Marple asked urgently. "Who are these buyers?" Arlo's note was cut off. "Especially not who?" Lila's gaze drifted past Miss Marple towards the main resort building. Her face hardened. Arlo suspected someone close, someone with access, with resources, with a reason to want that genetic key. Someone who might have been involved from the very beginning, even before Croft was hired to run the resort. She took a deep breath, her voice dropping to a venomous whisper. He suspected Dr. Emilio Vance wasn't just a recent recruit. He suspected Vance was there at the start, with my father, with Thorne. That Vance helped falsify the original reports, that Vance knew about the sale, and that Vance, or someone very close to him, has been the silent partner, the true mastermind, all along. The note, Arlo was going to warn me, especially not Vance's protégé, the quiet one, the one everyone overlooks, the one who brought Vance here in the first place, supposedly for a consultation. Miss Marple's blood ran cold. Dr. Vance's protégé, here, now. Lila nodded slowly, her eyes fixed on a figure emerging from the main building, a young woman dressed in simple professional attire carrying a medical bag. She moved with quiet efficiency, her expression serious, concerned. She was Dr. Vance's research assistant, introduced briefly days ago as arriving to assist him with unspecified work. She'd been in the background, unobtrusive, helpful during the initial shock of Sir Alistair's death, then fading into the scenery. Her name was Dr. Elara Vance,
Emilio Vance's daughter. Her, Lila breathed, her voice laced with hatred and fear. Dr. Elara Vance. Arlo found evidence. She wasn't just her father's assistant, she was her partner in the new Neptune. She has her knowledge, her ruthlessness, and she inherited her stake in the weaponized research. She's the buyer, Miss Marple, or at least their primary agent here. She's been watching, waiting. She killed Arlo, and now, she clutched the locket tightly, now she's coming for me. As if on cue, Dr. Elara Vance spotted them. Her expression shifted from professional concern to a cold, calculating appraisal. She began walking purposefully towards the library patio, a medical bag swinging casually at her side. Her eyes, however, were fixed on the locket in Lila's hand. "Mrs. Finch," Elara called out, her voice smooth, sympathetic. "I heard about Mr. Thorne. Terrible news. Are you all right? You look pale. Perhaps I should check your vitals. The stress, it can be dangerous." Her smile didn't reach her eyes. Her gaze flickered to Miss Marple and Dubois, assessing the threat. Dubois instinctively moved slightly in front of Lila, his hand hovering near his holster. Miss Marple stepped subtly to the side, creating an angle, a mind racing. They had the locket, they had Lila's testimony, they had the connection. But Elara Vance was here, now, radiating menace, and she was between them and the main resort. The path back was clear, but Elara was blocking the most direct route. The library patio was secluded, surrounded by dense hibiscus bushes, perfect for an ambush. "Dr. Vance," Miss Marple said, her voice calm but carrying an edge of steel. "How convenient you should arrive at this precise moment. We were just discussing your father's legacy and your role in it." "I'm not sure I understand, Miss Marple. My father was a victim of this terrible business, just like Sir Alistair, heartbroken by the stress, the corruption he uncovered." Her eyes flickered to the locket again. "Is that Arlo Thorne's locket? Sentimental. He was quite attached to his father's memory, despite everything." "He decoded it, Elara," Lila said, her voice trembling with rage. "He found out the truth about you, about what you and your father did, about the weapon. He gave it to me. It's safe now, away from you." Elara's face lost all pretense of sympathy. A chilling hardness settled over her features. "Give it to me, Lila," she said, her voice low, dangerous. "You don't understand what you're holding. It's not just proof, it's power, and it belongs to my family. My father paid for it with his life, paid to keep it safe until the time was right. Croft was a fool. Thorne was a sentimentalist. You're just a grieving widow playing with fire you can't comprehend." She took a step closer, her hand slipping into her medical bag. "Give it over, now, or things will get unpleasant." Dubois drew his revolver. "That's far enough, Dr. Vance. You're under arrest for the murder of Arlo Thorne and conspiracy to commit murder, among other charges." Elara didn't flinch. She laughed, a short, humorless sound. "Arrest me? With what? With the word of a hysterical widow and a meddling old woman. My father destroyed the evidence in the shed. Croft will take the fall for everything. And you," she looked at Miss Marple, her eyes like chips of ice, "you should have stayed in St. Marymead, knitting your sweaters and minding your neighbors' affairs. You're out of your depth." In a move too fast for Dubois to fully react, Elara's hand whipped out of the medical bag. Not a gun, but a small pressurized aerosol canister. She pointed it not at them, but at the dense hibiscus bushes lining the patio. A fine, almost invisible mist sprayed out. Instantly, the air filled with a cloying, sickly sweet odor, and the large, vibrant hibiscus flowers began to writhe. Not just wilt, but writhe, their petals curling inwards, stems thickening and darkening unnaturally fast, thorns erupting along their length with audible popping sounds. The bushes seemed to come alive, transforming into a writhing, thorny barrier within seconds. "Neptune's little cousin," Elara said, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "A rapid botanical agent, designed for crowd control, or containment. Enjoy the garden." With that, she turned and fled, not towards the main resort, but to a narrow service path hidden behind the now monstrous hibiscus, disappearing into the jungle. Dubois fired a shot after her, but it ricocheted harmlessly off the thickening wall of thorns. "Damn it," he cursed, holstering his gun and staring at the writhing, aggressive vegetation. "What in God's name?" "Genetic targeting," Miss Marple breathed. "Rapid mutation, designed to affect specific plant DNA. Imagine what it could do to human DNA." She looked at Lila, who was clutching the locket, her face pale but determined. "She's getting away. We have to go after her." "Through that?" Dubois gestured at the impassable thorny barrier. "Impossible! We'll be shredded." "There's another way," Lila said, her voice urgent. "The old gardener's path, along the cliff edge. It's treacherous, but it leads to the cove. She'll head for the cove shed to try to retrieve anything Croft missed, or to destroy it completely. Or to escape by boat." Miss Marple nodded. "We have to try. She has the knowledge. She's the true threat. The locket is safe with Lila, but Ilara Vance is still out there, with the means and the motive to continue her father's work." She looked at Dubois. "Inspector, can you get men around to the cove approach? Cut her off." Dubois nodded, already pulling out his radio. "I'll try. Go. I'll meet you there." Miss Marple and Lila didn't hesitate. They ran, not back towards the resort, but towards the far end of the library patio, where Lila pointed out a nearly invisible gap in the foliage, the start of the old gardener's path. It was a narrow, crumbling track, hugging the edge of a steep cliff that dropped down to the churning sea far below. The wind whipped at them, spray dampening their clothes. The path was barely wide enough for one person, with sheer rock on one side and a terrifying drop on the other. They moved as fast as they dared, Lila surprisingly sure-footed, driven by adrenaline and rage. Miss Marple, despite her age, moved with a focused determination, her eyes scanning the treacherous path ahead. They could hear Dubois' voice crackling over the radio, calling for backup, directing men towards the cove. Below, they could just make out the roof of the cove shed through the mist. Then ahead of them they saw her, Ilara Vance. She'd reached a wider section of the path where it curved around a rocky outcrop. She was fumbling in her medical bag again, likely for another weapon or tool. She hadn't seen them yet, hidden by the curve of the cliff. Lila saw her too. A low growl escaped her lips. "Ilara!" Ilara spun around, her eyes widening in surprise, then narrowing in fury. She pulled out a small metallic object, not a gun, but something that looked like a compact grappling hook launcher. She aimed it not at them, but at the loose rock face above the path where they were standing. "Stay back!" Ilara shouted. "I'll bring it all down! The locket, Lila! Give it to me, or I bury you both!" Lila didn't hesitate. She stepped forward, onto a slightly more stable section of the path, holding the locket up. "You want it? Come and get it, you murdering bitch!" It was a reckless, desperate challenge. Ilara's face contorted with rage. She adjusted her aim, pointing the launcher directly at Lila's feet. Fine. It happened in horrifying slow motion. Ilara fired, the grappling hook shot out with a sharp thwack, embedding itself in the rock face just below Lila's feet. But the rock there was already unstable, weakened by the sea spray and the path's disrepair. The impact, combined with the sudden shift in Lila's weight, as she flinched, was too much. With a sickening crunch of crumbling stone, the section of the path beneath Lila's feet gave way. She screamed, arms flailing, as the ground vanished beneath her. For a terrifying second, she teetered on the edge, the locket flying from her grasp, glittering as it tumbled through the air towards the sea below. Then she fell. "Lila!" Miss Marple screamed, lunging forward, but she was too far away. Ilara Vance watched, frozen for a fraction of a second, a look of shock on her face, perhaps not expecting this outcome. Then her survival instinct kicked in. She turned and scrambled along the path, away from the collapse, towards the cove. Miss Marple ignored her. Her entire being was focused on Lila. She saw Lila manage to grab onto a thick, gnarled root protruding from the cliff face, dangling precariously over the drop, the waves crashing violently against the rocks far below. She was alive. Barely. "Hold on, Lila!" Miss Marple shouted, her voice raw. She scanned the path frantically. There was nothing to tie a rope to. The path was too narrow, too unstable. She looked down. The drop was sheer, deadly. But there, just below Lila, jutting out from the cliff face, was a narrow ledge, maybe wide enough to stand on. Maybe. "Lila, can you swing? Towards the ledge below you," Miss Marple yelled, pointing. Lila, gasping, terror in her eyes, looked down. She saw the ledge. She nodded weakly, her grip slipping on the muddy root. With a desperate cry, she pushed off the cliff face, swinging her body like a pendulum. It was a terrifying, clumsy maneuver. Her feet scraped against the rock face. She missed the ledge on the first swing. Slamming back against the cliff, she cried out in pain. Miss Marple's heart stopped. "Again, Lila, try again." Gathering every ounce of strength, Lila pushed off again. This time, her boots found purchase on the narrow ledge. She collapsed onto it, chest heaving, clinging to the rock like a limpet. She was safe. For now. Miss Marple sank to her knees on the unstable path, weak with relief. She looked towards the cove. Elara Vance was gone, disappeared around the bend. The locket was lost to the sea. But Lila was alive, and Dubois' men would be closing in on the cove. The immediate threat was over, but the cost was devastating. The deadly reunion had claimed another victim, though Lila had survived. The weaponized legacy of Project Neptune had nearly claimed the daughter of its first victim. And its true architect, Dr. Elara Vance, was still at large, vanished into the jungle, carrying the monstrous knowledge of her father's creation. The storm in paradise had raged again, leaving wreckage in its wake, and the promise of darker tempests yet to come. Miss Marple looked down at Lila, huddled on the ledge, then out at the vast, indifferent ocean. The fight was far from over. Chapter 7. The Hidden Cove. The aftermath of Leila Finch's near death on the cliff path left the coral reef haven reeling in a state of shocked exhaustion. Chief Inspector Dubois, his face etched with the strain of the past days, had managed to pull Leila to safety with a hastily organized rope team. She was now sedated in the resort's infirmary, physically battered but alive, the trauma etched deep in her eyes. The locket, containing the genetic key to weaponized Project Neptune, was lost to the churning sea, a devastating blow. Dr. Elara Vance had vanished into the dense jungle bordering the cove, leaving behind only the echo of her fanaticism and the terrifying demonstration of Neptune's botanical variant. The resort, once a symbol of tropical escape, now felt like a besieged fortress, its beauty masking a landscape of secrets and danger. Miss Marple, however, felt not exhaustion, but a cold, crystalline clarity. The loss of the locket was a setback, but not a defeat. Elara Vance was still the primary threat. She possessed the knowledge, the ruthlessness, and the desperation of a cornered animal. She would not simply flee the island. She would try to retrieve anything of value left in the cove shed. Or, more likely, she had a pre-planned extraction point. The sea was vast, but Elara was a scientist, a planner. She would have contingencies. Miss Marple's mind kept returning to the seaweed. Not just any seaweed, but the specific, dark, feathery variety she'd found clinging to Sir Alister Finch's pajama sleeve the morning he was found in the pool. It wasn't local lagoon seaweed, it was deep-water kelp. Laminaria, Dr. Vance had called it. Where would Sir Alister, killed elsewhere and dumped in the pool, have encountered deep-water kelp? The cove was sheltered, its waters relatively shallow. Unless there was another access point, a place where deeper ocean currents reached in. Her thoughts drifted to Rosa's journal. The maid had mentioned the cove shed, but also, in a frantic entry near the end, something about the caves behind the waterfall. Miss Marple had dismissed it as poetic terror at the time.
Now it took on new significance. A waterfall? Near the cove? She recalled the geography. The cove was bordered by high, rocky cliffs. If there was a freshwater stream cascading down the cliff, it could create a waterfall, especially after the recent heavy rains. And behind it, caves. Caves that might connect to the sea, caves that could be accessed by someone who knew the terrain, who could navigate underwater passages, caves that might hold the locket, washed in by the tide. It was a tenuous thread, but it was the only one leading away from the dead end of Alara's escape. She needed to see that cove again, not the shed, but the cliffs, the water, the base of the rocks where the waterfall might be. And she needed help. Dubois was occupied with securing the resort, coordinating the search for Alara, and dealing with the fallout. Thorne was dead. Leela was incapacitated. That left one person with intimate knowledge of the island's hidden places and a vested interest in seeing Alara stopped. Maria, Rosa's friend. Miss Marple found Maria in the laundry, mechanically folding sheets, her face pale and drawn, her movements lacking their usual efficiency. The weight of Rosa's death, Thorne's murder, and the unfolding horror was crushing her. "Maria," Miss Marple said softly, approaching the young woman, "I need your help. It's about Rosa, and about stopping Alara Vance." Maria looked up, her eyes red-rimmed but alert. "Me? What can I do?" Rosa wrote in her journal about caves behind a waterfall near the cove. "Do you know anything about that?" Maria frowned, thinking hard. "The waterfall." "Yes, after big rains, a stream comes down the cliff face at the far end of the cove, past the shed, makes a little waterfall onto the rocks. And I think I remember Rosa saying something once when we were kids exploring. She said there was a crack in the rocks behind the water when it wasn't flowing too strong. She thought it might be a cave entrance, but we never got close. The rocks are slippery. The current, dangerous." "Could someone access it from the sea, from underwater?" Miss Marple pressed. Maria's eyes widened. "Maybe. The water there is deeper, near the cliff base, and I remember Rosa said her grandfather, old Manuel, he was a fisherman. He used to talk about the Serpent's Throat, a hidden underwater cave system near that point. Said it connected to a freshwater spring inside the cliffs. He warned everyone away from it. Treacherous currents, easy to get lost." "The Serpent's Throat?" That sounds like what Rosa meant. And if Alara Vance knows about it, it could be her escape route, or a hiding place. "Maria, I need to see it. I need to get to the base of that waterfall. Can you show me the way? Not into the water, just to the cliff path above." Maria hesitated, fear warring with the memory of her friend. "It's dangerous, Miss Marple, especially after the rain. The path will be mud." "I understand the risk," Miss Marple said firmly, "but Alara Vance is still out there. She has the knowledge, the ruthlessness, and the desperation of a cornered animal. She would not simply flee the island. She would try to retrieve anything of value left in the cove shed, or, more likely, she had a pre-planned extraction point. The sea was vast, but Alara was a scientist, a planner. She would have contingencies." "Okay, I'll show you. But we go carefully, and we stay away from the water's edge." The path to the far end of the cove indeed was treacherous. The recent rains had turned the trail into a slick ribbon of mud, sneaking along the cliff edge high above the churning sea. Maria led with the sure-footedness of someone born to the island, pointing out stable footholds, warning of loose scree. Miss Marple, despite her age, moved with a focused caution, her walking stick probing the ground ahead. The air smelled of wet rock, salt, and damp vegetation. Below, the cove spread out, the derelict shed now cordoned off with police tape, the beach scarred by footprints and tire tracks. The sea was a turbulent gray-green, waves crashing against the rocks with explosive force. As they rounded a final bend, Maria pointed. "There, see it?" Through the mist kicked up by the waves, Miss Marple saw it,
A slender ribbon of water cascaded down the cliff face, perhaps 50 feet above the cove floor, feeding a small, frothing pool that drained directly into the sea. The rock face around it was dark, glistening, and indeed partially obscured by the falling water. Miss Marple could just make out a dark fissure, a vertical crack in the cliff. The cave entrance. And below? Miss Marple asked, her eyes scanning the churning water at the base of the cliff. The serpent's throat. Maria pointed to an area where the cliff plunged almost vertically into the sea, just to the left of the waterfall's pool. The water there was deeper, darker blue, swirling with eddies and currents. There, Manuel said the entrance is underwater, about 15 feet down, hidden by an overhang. You have to know exactly where to look. And the currents, they're like a washing machine, pull you down, spin you around. Only a fool or an expert would try it. Or someone desperate, Miss Marple murmured. She scanned the cliff face above the cave entrance. No sign of movement, no sign of Alara. But that didn't mean she wasn't there, hidden within the fissure, or worse, already navigating the underwater passage. The lost locket. Could the tide have washed it into that cave system? It was a desperate hope, but it was all she had. They watched for nearly an hour, the wind whipping at their clothes, the spray dampening their faces. Dubois' men were visible searching the jungle behind the cove, but they were focused inland, not on the cliff face or the sea.
"We should go back, Miss Marple," Maria said finally, her teeth chattering. "It's getting colder, and there's nothing to see." Miss Marple was about to agree when something caught her eye. Not on the cliff, but in the water below the cave entrance. A flicker. Not light reflecting off the waves, but something different. A soft, ethereal blue-green glow, pulsing faintly beneath the surface near the dark overhang Maria had indicated. It lasted only a few seconds, then vanished. "Maria," Miss Marple said urgently, grabbing the young woman's arm, "did you see that? Down there, in the water. A light." "Where? I don't—" "Wait!" Her eyes widened. "There! Again! That blue glow!" The soft, pulsing light reappeared, closer to the rock face this time, then faded. It wasn't a flashlight. It was alive. "Bioluminescent algae!" Maria breathed, a mix of wonder and fear on her face. "Sometimes, after storms, it blooms in the deeper, colder water near the caves. Manuel called it sea ghost fire. He said it marked the entrance to the serpent's throat." Miss Marple's mind raced. Bioluminescence, marking an underwater entrance. And Ilara Vance, marine biologist by training, she recalled from a resort brochure listing her as a visiting researcher, would know about it. She could use it to navigate the cave system in the dark. The glow wasn't just a phenomenon, it was a beacon, and it meant the cave was accessible to someone with the right skills and equipment. Equipment like scuba gear. Where would Ilara get that on short notice? "The resort," Miss Marple said suddenly. "The water sports center. They must have scuba gear for guests. Basic equipment." Maria's eyes lit up with understanding. "Yes, down by the main beach. Ilara could have taken it before she fled, or had someone get it for her." It made perfect sense. Ilara hadn't just vanished into the jungle. She'd made her way to the cove, possibly using the confusion after Leela's fall, retrieved scuba gear from the sports center, and was now preparing to enter the underwater cave system. The serpent's throat was her escape route. And the locket. If it had washed into that cave system, it might be trapped inside, caught on rocks or in an eddy. Ilara would know that too. She might be going in after it. "We have to get down there," Miss Marple said, her voice tight with urgency. "To the base of the cliff, now." "Miss Marple, it's too dangerous," Maria protested. "The path down is washed out, and the water—" "I know the risks," Miss Marple interrupted, her tone brooking no argument. "But if Ilara escapes with that locket,
Or if she retrieves it, Neptune's horror is unleashed upon the world again. We have to try to stop her, or at least see where she goes. Can we get down?" Maria looked at the sheer muddy slope leading down to the cove floor, then at the churning water at the base of the cliff. Her face was pale, but she nodded grimly. "There's a way. An old fisherman's trail. Steep, slippery, but it comes out near the big rocks by the waterfall pool. We can try, but we stay on the rocks. We do not go near the water." The descent was harrowing. The trail was little more than a series of muddy ledges and exposed roots. Maria went first, testing each foothold, offering a hand to Miss Marple, who moved with a gritted determination that belied her years. Twice Miss Marple slipped, saved only by Maria's quick grip and her own tight hold on a sturdy line. They reached the cove floor muddy, breathless, and scratched, but intact. The roar of the waves was deafening here, the spray soaking them instantly. They scrambled over the wet, seaweed-slicked boulders toward the base of the waterfall, staying well back from the turbulent water's edge. Miss Marple scanned the cliff face above the cave entrance and the swirling water below. No sign of Ilara. Yet. They hid behind a large, flat-topped boulder that offered some shelter from the spray and a partial view of the underwater entrance area. Minutes stretched into an hour. The bioluminescent glow pulsed intermittently, a haunting, silent signal in the gloom. Miss Marple began to fear they'd missed her, that Ilara had already entered the cave. Then, movement. Not in the water, but on the cliff face above the cave entrance. A figure in dark wetsuit gear, harness, and air tanks emerged cautiously from the fissure. Ilara Vance. She moved with the practiced ease of a climber, rappelling down the last section of cliff using ropes anchored within the cave. She landed silently on a narrow ledge just above the waterline, right beside the pool fed by the waterfall. She quickly unclipped her harness and began checking her scuba gear, her movements efficient, focused. "She's going in," Maria whispered, her voice barely audible over the waves. Miss Marple nodded, her heart pounding. Ilara slipped into the churning pool at the base of the waterfall, disappearing beneath the surface. For a tense moment, there was nothing. Then, the soft, blue bioluminescent glow flared brightly beneath the overhang, pulsing rhythmically as Ilara activated an underwater light or disturbed the algae. The glow moved, descending deeper, then vanished into the dark maw of the underwater entrance. "She's in the serpent's throat," Maria breathed, her eyes wide with awe and terror. "Gone." Miss Marple stared at the spot where the glow had vanished. Ilara was gone, possibly escaping, possibly retrieving the locket. They couldn't follow, not with scuba gear and expert knowledge. The trail seemed cold. But Miss Marple's gaze drifted upwards, back to the fissure in the cliff where Ilara had emerged, the cave entrance behind the waterfall. Rosa had mentioned it. Ilara had just come out of it. That meant it was passable, at least part of the way. And if it connected to the underwater system, perhaps there was another way in, a dry way. "Maria," Miss Marple said, her voice sharp with sudden insight, "the cave behind the waterfall, Rosa's crack. Can we reach it, from above, without going in the water?" Maria looked up at the cliff face, tracing the path of the waterfall. "Maybe, if we climb up the side, where the rock is drier. There are handholds. Rosa and I tried once when we were kids, got scared, but it might be possible." "Why?" "Because Ilara came out of there," Miss Marple explained urgently. "That cave connects to the underwater system. It might lead to a chamber inside the cliff, a chamber where Ilara might have left supplies, or where the locket might have washed up, or it might be where she's heading after she retrieves whatever she's after in the water. It's the only other way in." The climb was even more treacherous than the descent. They ascended the cliff face to the side of the waterfall, using handholds and footholds worn smooth by water and time. The spray was constant and icy, the roar of the waterfall deafening. Maria led again, her knowledge of the rock face invaluable. Miss Marple pushed herself, muscles protesting, fingers raw, but driven by the burning need to find the truth. They reached the fissure Rosa described, a vertical crack in the rock, about 3 feet wide, partially obscured by the cascading water, but accessible from the side. It was dark inside, smelling of damp stone and salt. They squeezed through, the sudden silence inside the cave a stark contrast to the waterfall's roar.
The cave was larger than it appeared from the outside. It was a single chamber, roughly circular, perhaps 20 feet across. The floor was covered in fine, damp sand and pebbles. Stalactites dripped from the ceiling. The only light came from the faint glow filtering through the waterfall and the beam of a small flashlight Maria had wisely brought. The air was cold, still, and heavy with the scent of the sea and ancient rock. "Hello," Maria called out, her voice echoing slightly. "Is anyone here?" Only the dripping water answered. They played the flashlight beam around the chamber. It was empty. Except for one thing. Near the back wall, partially buried in the sand, was a large waterproof duffel bag. It was military grade, expensive. Eulara's. Maria approached cautiously, while Miss Marple stood guard near the entrance, scanning the shadows. Maria unzipped the bag. Inside, they found changes of dry clothes, high-energy ration bars, a first aid kit, a compact satellite phone, several thousands US dollars in cash, and a small hardened laptop case. Miss Marple hurried over. Together, they opened the laptop case. Inside was a ruggedized laptop and several encrypted data drives. Ilara's escape kit. Her lifeline. But no locket. "She must be planning to come back for this after her dive," Maria said, her voice hushed. "Or," Miss Marple murmured, her eyes scanning the chamber again, "she left it here because she knew she might need to access the cave quickly. But why not take the phone and money with her on the dive?" She frowned. "Unless she wasn't planning a long escape. Unless she was planning to retrieve something and return here. To use this equipment." Her flashlight beam caught something else near the duffel bag. Not on the floor, but on the wall. A series of strange, almost geometric patterns scratched into the rock. They weren't ancient. They looked recent. And they weren't random. They looked like a map. "Maria, look," Miss Marple said, pointing. Maria came closer, tracing the scratches with her finger. "It looks like tunnels, branching off from this chamber. One going down, that must lead to the water, to the serpent's throat, but this one..." She traced a line that went horizontally, deeper into the cliff. And this one, it goes up, towards the surface, but where? Miss Marple's mind raced. The cove shed. It's built into the cliff face higher up. Could that be a tunnel connecting this cave to the shed's basement? Rosa mentioned the shed was where they did the experiments. A hidden entrance would make sense for smuggling subjects and supplies in and out unseen. "It's possible," Maria said slowly. "The shed is old, built on ruins maybe." "We need to find out," Miss Marple decided. "If there's a tunnel, it might lead us to where Ilara is really headed, or to more evidence. Can we follow this map?" The horizontal tunnel was narrow, low-ceilinged, and wound its way through the rock. The air grew colder, damper. The only sound was their breathing and the occasional drip of water. The scratched markings on the wall guided them. After about 50 yards, the tunnel opened into a larger space. They played their flashlight around. It was another chamber, but this one was horrifyingly different. The walls were lined with ceramic tiles, cracked and stained. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, but beneath it, Miss Marple could see the outline of drainage grates. In the center of the room stood a large, cylindrical metal chamber, about 7 feet tall, covered in frost and condensation. Thick cables, cracked and brittle with age, snaked from the chamber to a control panel on the wall, its lights long dead. The air was cold, still, and heavy with the scent of the sea and ancient rock. "My God!" Maria whispered, her voice trembling as she stared at the frozen cylinder. "What is this?"
"I think," Miss Marple said, her voice hollow, "we've found the original heart of Project Neptune. Not the lab in the shed where they restarted the tests, but where the original research and its first subject was kept." She approached the chamber, wiping condensation from a small, thick glass viewport set into the metal door. Inside, illuminated by the flashlight beam, was a figure. A man, preserved in the sub-zero cold. He was gaunt, dressed in a tattered hospital gown. His face, frozen in a rictus of pain or terror, was hauntingly familiar. Miss Marple had seen it only in photographs, but the resemblance was unmistakable. It was Sir Edmund Finch, Lila's father, Subject 0. He hadn't died of a heart attack years ago. He had been cryogenically preserved, a living specimen, a testament to the monstrous beginning of Project Neptune. As Miss Marple stared, transfixed by the horror, a sound echoed from the tunnel they had just come from. Not the drip of water, a soft, scraping sound. Footsteps on stone. They weren't alone. Maria gasped, clutching Miss Marple's arm. They spun around, flashlight beams cutting through the gloom of the tunnel entrance. A figure emerged from the darkness, dripping wet, peeling off a diving mask. Dr. Elara Vance. She held a compact, powerful flashlight in one hand. In the other, clutched triumphantly, was the silver locket. It was wet, tarnished, but intact. She had found it in the underwater cave. Her eyes, cold and triumphant, locked onto Miss Marple and Maria. A slow, chilling smile spread across her face. "Well, well," Elara said, her voice echoing slightly in the cold chamber. "Look what the tide washed in. The meddlesome old woman and the maid come to pay respects to the founding father." She gestured with the locket towards the cryo-chamber. "Impressive, isn't he? My father's greatest failure and greatest success. He survived the initial treatment, barely, but the genetic markers, they were perfect, too perfect to waste. So we preserved him, a living archive of Neptune's potential. And now," she held up the locket, "I have the key to unlock that potential fully, to refine it, to complete his work." She took a step forward, her smile vanishing, replaced by a look of chilling determination. "I'm afraid you've seen rather too much, and I can't have you interfering. This chamber, it's about to become your tomb. A fitting end, don't you think, trapped with the original monster?" She raised her flashlight, pointing it not at them, but at the ancient control panel on the wall. "My father was paranoid. He installed a fail-safe, a chemical coolant release, rapidly drops the temperature in this chamber to near absolute zero, instantaneous cryopreservation, or crystallization. It's quite messy for organic matter. A shame to waste the specimens, but necessities must." Her finger moved towards a large red button on the panel. Miss Marple's mind worked frantically. They were trapped. Elara had the locket. She had the means to kill them instantly and erase the evidence. They needed a diversion, something to break her focus. "Your father didn't sell the research, did he, Elara?" Miss Marple said suddenly, her voice sharp and clear, cutting through the tension. "He gave it to you, or rather to the organization he helped create, the one you now lead. This isn't about legacy or science for you. It's about power, about holding the world hostage with a genetic weapon, about being untouchable." Elara's face froze while her finger hovered over the button. Her eyes narrowed. "You don't know what you're talking about, old woman." "Don't I?" Miss Marple asked, taking a small step forward, forcing Elara's attention. "The locket isn't just a key. It's a recording device, isn't it? A genetic recorder. It doesn't just hold the sequence, it records the genetic signature of whoever possesses it, like a genetic fingerprint. And you just touched it. You just activated it. It now holds your unique genetic signature, the signature of the current master of Project Neptune." Elara's face paled slightly. "Lies." "Is it?" Miss Marple asked softly. "Think, Elara.
Why else would your father encode it on a microdot in a locket? Why not just a data drive? Because the locket itself was designed to be a tracker, a genetic homing beacon. And now it's imprinted on you. If we destroy it, we destroy the only perfect record of Neptune's master key. But more importantly, if we release its data, we release your genetic signature into the world. Every geneticist, every intelligence agency, every enemy your organization has, they would know exactly who you are. They could target you with your own weapon. The hunter becomes the hunted. It was a gamble, a massive bluff built on the locket's unique design and Ilara's own paranoia. But it struck home. Ilara looked down at the locket in her hand, her expression shifting from triumph to dawning horror. The possibility that the locket could be used against her, that her own genetic code could become a target, was a vulnerability she hadn't considered. "You're lying," she whispered, but her voice lacked conviction. Her finger wavered over the button. "Am I?" Miss Marple asked, taking another step. Maria, understanding the ploy, moved slightly to the side, edging towards a pile of old equipment near the tunnel entrance. "Destroy the evidence here, Ilara. Kill us, but the locket, if you destroy it."
Chapter 8. The Spider's Web. The evidence felt heavy in Miss Marple's pocket, a physical weight far greater than its mass. The silver locket cold against her palm. The small audio recorder, its red light extinguished, but its deadly payload intact. The image of Sir Edmund Finch, frozen in a silent scream within the cryochamber, was seared onto her mind. They had the heart of the conspiracy, but the beast still had limbs, and they were reaching. Chief Inspector Dubois, initially overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the horror revealed in the hidden cove, the cryochamber, Subject Zero, Ilara Vance's capture, had finally mobilized with commendable efficiency. Ilara, her arm severely burned and her system shocked from the electrical surge, was under heavy guard in the infirmary, sedated but alive. The cave system was sealed, the cryochamber secured as a crime scene. The locket and the recorder were locked in Dubois' office safe. Yet Miss Marple felt no sense of security, only the tightening coils of a trap closing in. The true buyers Ilara had mentioned on the recording were no longer a shadowy concept. They were an active, imminent threat. They knew Ilara had failed. They knew the resort was compromised. They would move to either retrieve the evidence, eliminate witnesses, or destroy the incriminating secrets, particularly Subject Zero. And Lila Finch, now the living link to the project's origin and its most potent victim, was the most vulnerable target of all. Miss Marple found Lila in her bungalow, sitting rigidly in a chair, staring out at the sea. The sedatives had worn off, leaving behind a terrifying clarity. Miss Marple had gently broken the news about her father. Not the heart attack of her youth, but the frozen horror in the cliff. Lila hadn't screamed. She hadn't cried. She'd simply gone very still, her face becoming a pale, impassive mask. Only the frantic pulse beating in her throat betrayed the storm within. "He's there?" Lila asked, her voice a flat, unnatural monotone. "In that chamber?" "Yes, my dear," Miss Marple said softly, sitting opposite her. "Preserved, a specimen, Subject Zero." Lila closed her eyes. A single tear escaped, tracing a path down her cheek, but her expression remained unchanged. All these years, thinking he died of illness, grieving, hating him for the weakness that killed him, and all along he was there, frozen, part of that thing. Her eyes opened, and they were filled with a cold, burning fury Miss Marple had never seen before. They didn't just kill him, Miss Marple. They desecrated him. They turned him into a
a museum piece of their own monstrous ambition. The buyers will know he's there now, Miss Marple stated, cutting to the heart of the immediate danger. Ilara's capture, the discovery of the chamber, they'll want him destroyed or retrieved. And you, Lila, you're his daughter. You're living proof. You're a loose end they cannot afford. Lila's jaw tightened. What do they want? The research? The weapon? Both, Miss Marple said. The locket holds the genetic key. Your father holds the original, perfected genetic blueprint. Together, they represent the complete, weaponized potential of Project Neptune. The buyers paid for that potential. They won't let it be taken from them easily. A sharp knock interrupted them. Dubois entered, his face grim, holding a satellite phone. Miss Marple, Mrs. Finch, we have a situation. He held out the phone. It's for you, Miss Marple, a Mr. Damien Croft. Miss Marple's eyebrows rose. Silas Croft's brother? The shipping magnate? The same, Dubois confirmed. He's demanding to speak to you, refuses to talk to anyone else. Miss Marple took the phone, her expression wary. Mr. Croft? Miss Marple, a pleasure, though the circumstances are regrettable. I understand you've taken my brother into custody, and my associate, Dr. Vance. Your associate was attempting murder, Mr. Croft, Miss Marple replied evenly, and your brother was facilitating multiple murders and illegal human experimentation. A regrettable excess of zeal, Croft said smoothly, as if discussing misplaced stationery. Silas always lacked subtlety. Dr. Vance similarly allowed sentiment to cloud her judgment. However, the core project remains viable and valuable. I represent the consortium that invested in its revival. We are prepared to offer substantial compensation for the return of our property and the cessation of this unseemly investigation. Your property? Miss Marple queried, her voice sharp. You mean the cryogenically preserved body of Sir Edmund Finch? The genetic key encoded in the locket? The evidence of multiple murders? Assets, Miss Marple, Croft corrected, a hint of steel beneath the silk. Assets with significant potential. We are prepared to be generous. A sum with many zeros, enough to ensure the continued comfort of everyone involved, including yourself and Mrs. Finch. We understand her connection to Subject Zero makes her position delicate. We can ensure her safety permanently. The threat was thinly veiled. Take the money or we eliminate Lila. Miss Marple felt Lila stiffen beside her. The assets you refer to, Mr. Croft, Miss Marple said, her voice icy, are evidence in multiple murder investigations. Sir Edmund Finch is a victim, not property, and Dr. Vance is facing justice. Your offer is insulting and criminally motivated. Croft sighed, a sound of exaggerated disappointment. A pity. I had hoped you were a pragmatist, Miss Marple. Very well. You leave us no alternative. We will retrieve our assets, and we will ensure loose ends are tidied. Consider this your only warning. Cooperate or face the consequences. The Caribbean can be a very dangerous place for those who don't know when to retreat. The line went dead. Miss Marple slowly lowered the phone. He's given us 24 hours, she said, meeting Dubois' and Lila's wide-eyed stares. He's not bluffing, Dubois stated, his face grim. Damien Croft has resources. Mercenaries, private security. He can make things happen here, even with the police presence." "He'll come for the chamber," Lila said, her voice flat but resonant with suppressed fury. "Then we let him," Miss Marple said, a sudden steely resolve hardening her features. Dubois looked at her as if she'd lost her senses. "Let him, Miss Marple. They'll be armed. They'll kill us all."
"Not if we set the trap properly, Inspector," Miss Marple countered. "They want the locket and Subject Zero. We have the locket. We have Subject Zero. We know they're coming. We know how they'll likely come, by sea, under cover of darkness, using the cove. We can turn the hidden chamber into a cage." Over the next few hours, under Miss Marple's calm direction and Dubois' grudgingly efficient coordination, the trap was set. The entrance to the cave behind the waterfall was left seemingly unguarded, but Dubois' best men, armed and hidden in the crevices above the fissure, had a clear line of sight. The tunnel leading to the cryo-chamber was rigged with discrete motion sensors and non-lethal but incapacitating flashbang grenades and tear gas canisters, positioned to be triggered remotely. The cryo-chamber itself was left seemingly vulnerable, its power cables visibly reconnected, though the main breaker was controlled by Dubois' team in a concealed position further down the tunnel. The locket? It remained in Dubois' safe, but Miss Marple had a replica crafted by a resourceful jeweler in the island's main town, a convincing fake, indistinguishable from the real thing at a glance. This fake locket was placed prominently on a small table just inside the cryo-chamber door, bathed in the cold glow of the chamber's emergency lights. Lila, despite her trauma, insisted on being part of the trap. "He's my father," she stated, her voice leaving no room for argument. "They want him because of me. I will be there." Miss Marple agreed, knowing Lila's presence would be a powerful lure for the buyers, who would see her as the key to understanding or controlling Subject Zero's genetic legacy. Lila was positioned in a small, recessed alcove just inside the tunnel entrance to the cryo-chamber. Hidden from direct view, but able to see the chamber entrance, she was armed with a flare gun, Dubois' concession, reluctantly given. Night fell, heavy and moonless, cloaking the island in inky blackness. The only sounds were the relentless surf and the chirping of insects. Miss Marple, Dubois, and Maria were positioned in a concealed observation post, carved into the cliff face high above the cove, overlooking the waterfall and the cave entrance. They had night vision binoculars and a direct line to the hidden officers and the team controlling the tunnel defenses. The wait was agonizing. Hours stretched, the tension thick enough to choke. Miss Marple scanned the dark sea below, the beach, the jungle perimeter. Nothing. Then, shortly after 2 a.m., Maria, peering through her binoculars, stiffened. "Boat. Small. Fast. No lights. Coming around the point." Miss Marple focused her binoculars. A sleek black inflatable boat, low in the water, cut silently through the waves towards the cove. It beached softly on the sand near the waterfall pool. 4 figures, clad in black wetsuits and gear, moved with swift practiced silence onto the beach. They were heavily armed, compact submachine guns slung, night vision goggles in place. They melted into the shadows at the base of the cliff, heading towards the waterfall. "They're going in," Dubois whispered into his radio. "Team Alpha, hold position. Let them enter the cave. Team Beta, stand by on tunnel defenses." The 4 figures moved like wraiths. One scaled the cliff face beside the waterfall with terrifying speed, using a grappling hook and rope. He reached the fissure, scanned it with a device, then signaled. The other 3 quickly followed him up the rope and disappeared into the cave mouth. "Team Alpha, they're inside," Dubois murmured. "All 4 accounted for. Proceed to tunnel entrance, silent approach." Miss Marple watched through her binoculars, her heart pounding. The buyers were inside the cave. Now came the critical moment. Would they take the bait? Inside the cave chamber, the fake locket glowed under the emergency lights. The 4 figures moved in, their movements precise, scanning the shadows. One approached the table, reached for the locket. As his fingers closed around it, Dubois gave the signal. Now! The hiding tunnel defenses erupted. Flashbangs detonated with blinding light and deafening concussions, disorienting the intruders. Tear gas canisters hissed, filling the tunnel with choking fumes. Simultaneously, the officers hidden above the cave entrance opened fire with non-lethal rubber bullets and beanbag rounds, driving the intruders back from the fissure. Chaos erupted. Shouts of pain and confusion echoed from the cave. 2 of the intruders collapsed, stunned by the flashbangs and gas. The other 2, tougher or luckier, scrambled back towards the fissure, firing wildly. Bullets ricocheted off the rock walls. "One escaping towards fissure! One heading deeper into the tunnel!" Dubois burked into his radio. "Team Beta, intercept deep tunnel target! Team Alpha, secure fissure!" Miss Marple saw one figure, larger than the others, break from the chaos near the fissure and sprint not back towards the entrance, but deeper into the tunnel, towards the cryo chamber. "Lila!" Inside the tunnel, Lila heard the chaos behind her, the explosions, the gunfire, the shouts. She saw the figure running towards her position, a compact machine pistol raised. Panic warred with the cold fury that had sustained her. As the figure rounded the bend, seeing the alcove, Lila stepped out, raised the flare gun, and fired point blank. The flare struck the figure's center mass with a deafening whoosh and a blinding shower of brilliant white light. The intruder screamed, dropping his weapon as the intense heat ignited his clothing. He stumbled back, flailing, a human torch silhouetted against the tunnel wall. The flare's intense light also illuminated the cryo chamber doorway just beyond. And there, frozen in the sudden glare, was another figure. Not one of the intruders. This figure was dressed in dark tactical gear, but without night vision goggles. He was crouched beside the cryo chamber's control panel, a complex device in his hands, not a weapon, but a sophisticated plasma cutter, designed to slice through the chamber's thick metal door. He had been hidden in the shadows, waiting for the chaos to provide cover for his real objective, breaching the chamber and extracting Subject Zero. He froze, momentarily blinded by the flare, his face a mask of shock and fury. Lila stared, not at the burning man, but at the figure at the chamber. Even in the harsh, flickering light of the dying flare, she recognized him. The sharp features, the cold eyes, the expensive watch glinting on his wrist. It wasn't a mercenary. It was someone she knew, someone she'd last seen at her father's funeral, offering condolences with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Uncle Julian?" she breathed, the name a disbelieving whisper. Julian Thorne, Erlo Thorne's uncle, Dr. Alastair Thorne's brother, a respected philanthropist and businessman, and, apparently, the silent mastermind behind the buyers, the true architect of Project Neptune's revival. Julian Thorne recovered instantly. His shock turned to cold calculation. He dropped the plasma cutter, drew a sleek silenced pistol from his thigh holster, and aimed it not at Lila, but at the cryo chamber's viewing port. "A necessary sacrifice, my dear," he said, his voice chillingly calm, devoid of any recognition of his niece. "The project cannot be compromised."
He pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the thick glass viewport dead center. A spider web of cracks exploded across the surface. A second shot followed, then a third. The glass, designed to withstand immense pressure, began to buckle. A fine spray of supercooled gas hissed from the growing cracks. "No!" Lila screamed, lunging forward, not at Julian, but toward the chamber. She couldn't let him destroy her father, not like this. Julian swung the pistol towards her, his face a mask of cold resolve, but before he could fire, a small gray shape hurtled from the shadows of the tunnel ceiling. Maria, who had followed Lila down the tunnel, armed only with a heavy wrench, swung with all her might. The wrench connected with Julian's wrist with a sickening crack. The pistol clattered to the floor. Julian howled in pain, clutching his broken wrist. Maria didn't hesitate. She kicked the pistol away, then shoved Julian hard. He stumbled back, tripping over the plasma cutter, and fell heavily, his head striking the corner of the control panel. He slumped, unconscious or dead. The hiss from the cryo chamber intensified. The cracks were widening. The temperature inside was rising catastrophically.
Frost on the exterior of the chamber began to melt, dripping water onto the floor. The preserved body of Sir Edmund Finch was visible through the fractured glass, beginning to thaw. The chamber's failing, Dubois yelled, rushing into the tunnel with 2 officers. "The coolant system is breached. We need to evacuate, now!" Leela ignored him. She rushed to the chamber, pressing her hands against the cold, cracked glass, staring at the face of the father she thought she'd lost, now being lost again in a different, more horrific way. "Dad?" she whispered, tears finally streaming freely down her face. "Dad, can you hear me?" Inside the chamber, the frozen figure's eyelids seemed to flutter, a faint, impossible movement. Or was it just the shifting ice and cracking glass? Miss Marple, arriving behind Dubois, felt a chill deeper than the chamber's cold. Had the sudden temperature shock and the trauma of the breach triggered some vestigial response in the preserved neural tissue? Or was it a trick of the light and Leela's desperate hope? "There's no time," Dubois grabbed Leela's arm, pulling her back. "The whole system could go. Get out, all of you!" They retreated down the tunnel, the hiss of the failing cryo-chamber growing louder, the air thickening with escaping supercooled gas. Behind them, the cracks in the viewport widened with a final, groaning crack. The glass shattered inward. A plume of white vapor billowed out, obscuring the chamber interior. They didn't look back. They ran, emerging into the main cave chamber just as the sound of tearing metal and a final explosive hiss echoed from the tunnel. The cryo-chamber had ruptured completely. They scrambled out through the fissure behind the waterfall, gasping for air in the cool night. Below, on the beach, Dubois' men were securing the 2 stunned intruders from the tunnel entrance and the one Leela had flared, who was being extinguished and medicalized. The 4th, the one who had fled deeper, was nowhere to be seen, likely escaped through the underwater serpent's throat in the chaos. Julian Thorne's body was carried out of the cave, a grim trophy. The fake locket was recovered from the table. The real locket and Ilara Vance's confession recorder were still safe. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold over the now eerily quiet cove, Miss Marple stood with Dubois and Leela on the cliff path. Below, police and forensic teams swarmed the area. The immediate threat was neutralized. Julian Thorne was dead, confirmed by Dubois' medical examiner. 3 of his mercenaries were captured. 1 escaped. The cryochamber was destroyed, its contents lost in the violent rupture. Subject 0, Sir Edmund Finch, finally released from his frozen torment, though not in the way anyone could have imagined. The genetic key in the locket was secure. The confession was secure. But the cost had been high. Leela stared out at the sea, her face etched with grief too profound for tears. Maria looked pale but resolute. Dubois looked exhausted but grimly satisfied. "We got them, Miss Marple," Dubois said, rubbing his eyes. "Thorne, the mercenaries, we have the evidence. We can connect Thorne to the consortium through financial records we seized from his room. It's over." "Is it, Inspector?" Miss Marple asked softly, her gaze sweeping the horizon. "Julian Thorne is dead, but the consortium he represented, the buyers, they are still out there. 1 mercenary escaped. They know the project is compromised here, but they also know the genetic key exists. They will continue to hunt for it, and for anyone who knows about it." She looked at Leela. "The web is vast, Inspector. We've cut off a few strands, but the spider itself remains hidden in the shadows." Leela turned from the sea, her eyes meeting Miss Marple's. The grief was still there, but beneath it a new hardness was forming. "Then we find the spider, Miss Marple," she said, her voice low but firm. "We hunt it before it spins a new web." She looked down at the locket, which Dubois had returned to her. She held it tightly, the metal warm in her palm. Miss Marple nodded, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. The deadly vacation had forged a survivor out of grief. "Indeed, my dear. But hunting spiders requires care. They are venomous, and they know their territory well." She looked back towards the resort, then out at the vast, empty ocean. The battle for the coral reef haven was won, but the war against the legacy of Project Neptune was just beginning, and the next move belonged to the hidden enemy. The spider's web stretched far beyond this island, and Miss Marple knew, with chilling certainty, that they had only just begun to feel its true reach. The calm after the storm was an illusion. The deadliest phase was yet to come.
Chapter 9. Confrontation at Midnight. The storm that had heralded Sir Alistair Finch's death returned with a vengeance. Not the gentle prelude of Chapter 1, but a full-blown tempest that lashed the coral reef haven with wind-driven rain and thunder that shook the very foundations of the bungalows. It was as if the island itself was purging the darkness that had festered within it. Inside the fortified main building, converted into a makeshift command center, the atmosphere was just as charged, though with tension rather than weather. Chief Inspector Dubois paced, radiating nervous energy. Leela Finch sat perfectly still, the locket clutched in her hand like a talisman, her eyes fixed on the radar screen tracking the storm, and the unseen threat beyond it. Miss Marple, however, was a portrait of calm, her knitting needles clicking softly, a stark contrapoint to the chaos outside and the fear within. "The escaped mercenary," Dubois said, stopping abruptly. "Kael, we've confirmed his identity. Acts Special Forces, now freelance, reputation for efficiency, ruthlessness. He's still on the island. The storm grounded all flights and ferries. He's trapped, and he has a job to finish. Retrieve the locket. Eliminate witnesses. Me, Miss Marple, you, anyone who knows about the consortium." "Precisely," Dubois nodded, wiping sweat from his brow despite the cool air conditioning. "He'll make his move soon, during the storm. It provides cover." "He'll target the locket," Miss Marple said, not looking up from her knitting. "And Leela. He knows she carries it. He also knows the consortium values her unique genetic connection to Subject Zero. She's both a loose end and a potential asset." Leela's knuckles whitened around the locket. "He won't take me alive." "He won't get the chance if we anticipate him," Miss Marple said, finally setting her knitting aside. Her eyes, sharp and clear, met Dubois'. "Inspector, you've secured the resort, searched every bungalow, every outbuilding. Kael isn't hiding here. He's somewhere exposed, somewhere he can observe, somewhere he can strike quickly when the opportunity arises, somewhere with a view." Dubois frowned. "The high ground? The old signal tower on the north point. It's derelict, but it offers a panoramic view of the resort and the cove." "Precisely," Miss Marple agreed. "And it's isolated, difficult to approach unnoticed in a storm, but also difficult to defend if someone knows you're there. He'll expect us to hunker down here. He won't expect us to come to him." "You want to go after him?" Dubois looked aghast. "In this weather, Miss Marple, it's suicide. The path will be a river of mud. The winds are near hurricane force." "He holds the initiative, Inspector," Miss Marple said calmly. "He chooses the time and place of attack. We must seize it back. We must force him onto ground of our choosing. And we must do it before the storm peaks, when visibility drops to zero." She stood up, moving towards a large map of the island pinned to the wall. "The signal tower is old, built on a rocky promontory, accessible only by a single narrow path from the east. But there's another way, an old maintenance track, overgrown, leading up the west face, steeper, more dangerous, but hidden from the tower's view. Rose's journal mentioned it, said her grandfather used it to service the tower's generator before it was decommissioned." Maria, who had been quietly restocking supplies, spoke up. "She's right, Inspector. The track is there. I know it. Treacherous, but passable, especially for someone who knows the rocks." Dubois looked from Miss Marple's resolute face to Maria's earnest nod, to Leela's grim determination. He threw up his hands. "Madness, absolute madness. But it's the only plan that doesn't involve waiting here like lambs for the slaughter." He sighed heavily. "All right, what's the plan?" We approach under cover of the storm's noise, using the west track. Maria will lead us. We take only essential gear, waterproofs, torches, comms, non-lethal tasers for you and your man, Inspector. Leela carries the locket. Kael will expect that. We need him to see it, to focus on retrieving it. She looked at Leela. You will be the bait, my dear, but you will not be alone. Leela nodded, her expression hardening. I understand. We split into 2 teams. Team 1, you, Inspector, with 2 of your best men. You approach via the main east path, noisily. Make it seem like the main assault. Force Kael's attention towards you. Team 2, myself, Leela, and Maria. We take the west track. We scale the west face below the tower. We wait. When Kael is focused on your assault, we strike from behind, from below. We take him by surprise. We secure the locket and Kael. It's incredibly risky, Dubois muttered. The west face. A fall would be fatal. Less risky than facing a trained killer in the open on his own terms, Miss Marple countered. The storm is our ally. It masks our approach, it masks our sounds, and it limits Kael's visibility and mobility. The plan was set. As dusk deepened into night and the storm intensified, they moved. Dubois and his team slogged through the mud on the main path, their progress deliberately noisy. Miss Marple, Leela, and Maria, clad in dark waterproofs, moved like shadows along the treacherous west track. The wind screamed around them, tearing at their clothes, driving rain horizontally into their faces. The path was little more than a scar on the cliff face, slick with wet moss and loose scree. Maria moved with the sure-footedness of a mountain goat, guiding them, pointing out handholds, warning of loose sections. Miss Marple, despite her age, moved with a quiet determination, her walking stick probing each foothold. Leela followed, her face set, the locket secured inside a waterproof pouch beneath her jacket. They reached the base of the signal tower promontory. Above them, the derelict steel structure groaned and swayed in the gale. Through the sheets of rain, they could see the faint beam of Dubois' torches approaching the main entrance on the far side. They could also see a flicker of movement near the top of the tower. Kael, scanning the approaches, his night vision goggles useless in the near whiteout conditions. "Time to climb," Maria yelled over the wind. The west face was a sheer cliff of volcanic rock, pitted and cracked, offering hand and footholds, but constantly washed by spray from the waves crashing far below. They climbed slowly, painfully, the wind threatening to tear them from the rock face. Rain blinded them. Twice Miss Marple slipped, saved only by Maria's quick grip on her arm. Leela climbed with a fierce, silent intensity, her focus absolute.
After an eternity of cold, wet terror, they hauled themselves onto a narrow ledge about 20 feet below the tower's main platform. They were hidden in the deep shadow of an overhang directly below where Kael was positioned. They could hear the wind whistling through the tower's struts, the crash of waves below, and faintly the sound of Dubois' team making their noisy assault on the main entrance. Kael moved to the edge of the platform on the opposite side, peering down towards Dubois' lights. He raised a compact, silenced rifle. "Now!" Miss Marple hissed. Maria acted first. She pulled a compact, powerful air horn from her pack and blasted it. The deafening blare echoed unnaturally loud in the storm's roar, amplified by the metal tower. Kael spun around, startled, his rifle swinging towards the sound. That was the opening Leela needed. She surged up from the ledge, not towards Kael, but towards a thick bundle of heavy-duty electrical cables sneaking down the tower's support leg. With a strength born of fury and desperation, she grabbed the cables and pulled with all her might. The cables, already strained by the storm and the tower's movement, came loose from their corroded fittings. They whipped through the air like vengeful serpents, sparking violently where they scraped against the metal tower. One thick cable lashed across Kael's legs, tangling him, knocking the rifle from his hands. He cried out, more in surprise than pain, and stumbled. Miss Marple was already moving. Using the distraction, she scrambled up onto the platform, her movements surprisingly agile. Cale, tangled in the cables, was struggling to free himself, reaching for a pistol holstered at his thigh. Miss Marple didn't hesitate. She swung her heavy walking stick like a club, striking his wrist with a sharp crack. Cale howled, the pistol clattering away. He was strong, fast, and trained. Despite the tangled cables and the injured wrist, he lashed out with a powerful kick, catching Miss Marple in the chest. She gasped, stumbling back, the wind knocked out of her, but she kept her feet, her stick raised defensively. Leela was on the platform now. She saw Cale lunge towards Miss Marple, his face a mask of fury. Without hesitation, Leela ripped open her waterproof jacket, revealing the locket hanging around her neck. "You want it?" she screamed over the wind, her voice raw with emotion. "Come and get it!" Cale's eyes locked onto the locket, his professional focus overriding his pain. He abandoned Miss Marple and lunged for Leela. It was the mistake Miss Marple had counted on. As Cale passed her, Miss Marple swept his legs out from under him with her stick. He crashed hard on the metal grating. Maria was on the platform now. She threw herself onto Cale's back, trying to pin his arms. He bucked and twisted, throwing her off with ease. He scrambled to his feet, facing all three of them, trapped on the platform. He was cornered, wounded, but far from defeated. His eyes darted around, assessing, calculating. "Give me the locket," he snarled at Leela, his voice rough but cold. "Your father is the beginning of something greater, something pure. Neptune was meant to cleanse the weak, the flawed, to elevate humanity. You stand in the way of progress, you and your sentimental attachments." He took a step towards her. Miss Marple moved to intercept him, placing herself between Cale and Leela. "Progress built on murder and torture is not progress, Mr. Cale. It is barbarism, and it ends tonight." Cale laughed, a harsh sound lost in the wind. "Ends? You think this ends with me? The consortium is vast, powerful. They have resources you cannot imagine. They will send others. They will never stop. The locket, the research, it is too valuable. It is the future. The future is not written in blood and ice. It is written in choices. Choices like yours, choices like mine." She gestured around them at the storm-lashed tower, the raging sea. "Look around you, Mr. Cale. This is the legacy of your progress, destruction, chaos. Is this the future you fight for?" Cale hesitated, a flicker of something, doubt, uncertainty, crossing his face for the first time. He looked at the locket around Leela's neck, then at the sheer drop below the platform, then at the resolute faces of the three women blocking his escape. The wind howled, tearing at him, the rain stinging his face. For a moment the fanaticism wavered, replaced by the stark reality of his situation. Then his expression hardened again. "It is a necessary cost," he spat, and with a sudden desperate move he turned and launched himself not at them, but at the railing of the platform. He intended to jump, to escape into the storm and the sea below, to vanish. "No!" Maria screamed, lunging forward. She grabbed his ankle as he vaulted over the railing. His momentum carried him over, but Maria's grip held. He dangled precariously over the drop, the wind whipping at him, Maria straining to hold him, her feet sliding on the wet grating. Miss Marple was there in an instant. She dropped her stick and grabbed Maria's waist, bracing herself. Leela rushed forward, adding her weight to Maria's pull. Together, they hauled, inch by agonizing inch, the mercenary's flashing form back onto the platform. He collapsed, gasping, exhausted, defeated. Dubois and his two officers burst onto the platform from the main entrance, weapons drawn, taking in the scene. Cale subdued on the grating, the three women standing over him, the storm raging around them. Dubois stared, then lowered his weapon. A slow, weary smile spread across his face. "Miss Marple," he said, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and relief. "You actually did it." Miss Marple straightened up, smoothing her damp cardigan. "We had a little help from the weather inspector, and from some very determined friends." She looked at Leela and Maria, who were helping Dubois' men secure the groaning Cale with zip ties. Leela stood up, breathing heavily. She walked to the edge of the platform, looking out at the storm-tossed sea. The rain had lessened slightly, the wind dropping to a mournful howl. She took the locket from around her neck. For a long moment she held it, looking at the intricate engraving. Then, with a final decisive movement, she walked to the center of the platform, where Cale lay bound. She held the locket over his head. "This," she said, her voice clear and strong, cutting through the diminishing storm, "is not a key to power. It is a key to a prison of murder and madness. You wanted it? You can have it." She dropped the locket. It landed with a soft clink on the metal grating beside Cale's head. "But the knowledge it holds, the truth of what was done, that belongs to the world now. Your consortium's secrets are over. Your future ends here." Cale stared up at her, his eyes wide with disbelief and impotent rage. He opened his mouth, perhaps to hurl one last threat, but Dubois' men hauled him roughly to his feet and marched him away towards the stairs. His protests were swallowed by the wind. Miss Marple joined Leela at the railing. Together, they watched as the first faint hints of dawn began to bleed through the storm clouds on the eastern horizon. The worst of the tempest was passing. The rain had softened to a drizzle. The sea, though still rough, was calming. "It's over, Leela," Miss Marple said softly. Leela turned to her, tears finally welling in her eyes, but this time they were tears of release, not grief. "Is it? Really? The consortium was wounded, exposed," Miss Marple finished. "They will retreat, regroup, but their power is broken. We have Cale, we have Alara Vance, we have Julian Thorne's body. We have the recordings, the ledgers, the testimony. The truth is out. And the truth," she patted Leela's arm gently, "is the most powerful weapon of all. It cannot be silenced forever." Leela looked down at the locket, lying abandoned on the wet platform. Then she looked back at the breaking dawn. A small, genuine smile touched her lips. "No," she agreed, "it can't." She took a deep, shuddering breath, the first easy breath she'd taken since arriving in paradise. "What do we do now?" Miss Marple looked towards the resort, visible now through the thinning mist, as the storm finally broke. The lights twinkled, no longer a gilded cage, but just a place where darkness had been exposed, where justice, however imperfect, had been served. "Now, my dear," Miss Marple said, a faint smile touching her own lips, "we go home. We have earned a cup of tea, and perhaps," she added, her eyes twinkling with familiar, understated satisfaction, "a little peace and quiet." The storm in paradise had passed, the deadly vacation was over, and as the first rays of sunlight touched the coral reef haven, it felt, for the first time, like a place where healing could begin.
Chapter 10. Calm After the Storm. The storm had passed, leaving behind an island washed clean. The air, thick with the scent of wet earth, bruised frangipani and salt, hung heavy and still. The coral reef haven, once a stage for deception and death, now lay quiet under a sky of washed-out blue. The harsh Caribbean sun beating down with a gentleness that felt almost apologetic. The only sounds were the rhythmic shushing of the waves, now calm and turquoise once more, the distant hum of a generator, and the occasional subdued voices of the remaining guests and staff. The police tape was gone from the bungalows, the forensic teams had departed, and the sense of frantic urgency had evaporated, replaced by a profound, weary stillness. Miss Marple sat on the patio of her bungalow, a pot of steaming Earl Grey tea before her. She watched a small, brightly colored bird flit among the hibiscus bushes, its song a fragile melody in the quiet. The knitting lay untouched in her lap. Her work here was done, but the echoes of the darkness she'd uncovered lingered, like the faint tang of salt on the breeze. The formal gathering was scheduled for midday in the main pavilion. Chief Inspector Dubois, looking remarkably less harried and more resolute, had insisted. "The people deserve to know, Miss Marple," he had said that morning, his voice lacking its usual bluster. "And you deserve to explain it in your own way." She had agreed, though the prospect held little appeal. Unraveling the tangled threads of human evil was never pleasant, but laying them bare for all to see was a necessary, if grim, final act. Lila Finch arrived first, stepping onto the patio with a quiet dignity that belied the trauma etched into her features. She wore simple linen trousers and a cream-colored shirt, her dark hair pulled back severely. The wild grief and fury that had consumed her were banked now, replaced by a deep, abiding sadness and a steely resolve. She carried a small, simple wooden box. "Miss Marple," she said, her voice soft but clear. "Lila, my dear." Miss Marple gestured to the chair opposite her. "Tea?" Lila nodded, sinking into the chair. Miss Marple poured, the ritual a small anchor in the sea of unresolved emotions. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the only sound the clink of porcelain. "The locket," Lila said, finally placing the wooden box on the table between them. Dubois returned it, evidence. She didn't open it. "It feels cold, heavy, not just metal. Everything it represents. It is a heavy burden, my dear," Miss Marple agreed gently. "But it is also the key to justice, to ensuring your father and all the others are not forgotten." Lila looked out at the calm sea. "He's truly gone now. The chamber, the rupture," she shuddered slightly. "No more frozen nightmare, just ashes scattered at sea, as he wished, as I wished for him, before I knew the truth." She took a sip of tea. "What happens now? To the locket? To everything?" "The international authorities are arriving tomorrow. Interpol, genetic ethics boards, UN observers. They will take custody of the locket, Ilara Vance, Kale, and all the evidence, the ledgers, recordings, Rose's journal. The consortium Julian Thorne represented, it will be dismantled, piece by piece. It will take time, Lila, years perhaps, but the light has been shone into the shadows. They cannot operate so freely now." "And me?" Lila asked, her gaze meeting Miss Marple's directly. There was no fear in her eyes, only a searching question. "You, my dear," Miss Marple said, reaching across the table to pat Lila's hand, "are free to grieve, free to live, free to decide what your father's legacy means to you, not to them. You carry his strength, not his curse." A single tear escaped Lila's eye, tracing a path down her cheek. She didn't wipe it away. "Thank you, Miss Marple, for everything, for seeing, for believing, for fighting." She touched the wooden box. I think I'll donate the locket to a museum, a memorial, for all the victims, so no one forgets what happened here, what people are capable of." "A noble decision, Lila," Miss Marple murmured, "a fitting tribute." They were joined by Maria, who looked nervous but proud. She carried a small framed photograph. Rosa, smiling brightly on a beach, the sun catching her dark hair. "Miss Marple, Mrs. Finch, I wanted to show you. Rosa's mother sent it. After we told her." Maria's voice thickened. "She asked me to thank you for finding out the truth for caring about her daughter. Miss Marple took the photograph, studying Rose's vibrant, hopeful face. She was very brave, your friend, Maria. Her courage started this. Maria nodded, blinking back tears. She'd be glad. Glad you finished it. Glad Cale and that doctor, Ilama, they'll pay. Glad Sir Edmund is at peace. Chief Inspector Dubois arrived, accompanied by a stern-faced woman in a sharp suit, Agent Dubois, no relation, the lead Interpol officer. The atmosphere shifted slightly, becoming more formal. Miss Marple, Mrs. Finch, Maria, Dubois said, his posture straighter. The Agent Dubois is ready for the handover protocols, and the gathering. Everyone is assembled. The main pavilion was full. The remaining guests, a handful of shell-shocked tourists and long-term residents, sat in rows of chairs. The staff, including Anya and several others Maria had quietly pointed out as Rose's friends, stood respectfully at the back. Silas Croft, looking gaunt and broken in handcuffs, flanked by 2 officers, sat near the front. Dr. Ilara Vance, her arm heavily bandaged and her face pale but defiant, was seated separately under heavy guard. Cale, bruised and sullen, glared at everyone from his secured position. The air was thick with unspoken questions, relief, and residual fear. Miss Marple stood at a simple podium. She didn't use notes. She looked out at the assembled faces, her gaze calm, observant, taking in the spectrum of human emotion before her. "Ladies and gentlemen," she began, her voice clear and carrying easily in the quiet space, "we gather today not just to mark the end of a terrible chapter in the history of this beautiful island, but to bear witness, to acknowledge the darkness that can fester even in paradise, and to honor the light that was extinguished and the light that fought back." She spoke simply, without flourish, recounting the sequence of events that had unfolded since her arrival. She spoke of Sir Alister Finch's murder, not as an accident, but as the silencing of a man who discovered a terrible truth. She spoke of Rosa Mendez, the brave maid whose curiosity and courage uncovered the horror hidden in the Cove shed, and whose disappearance was the first ignored cry for help. She spoke of Dr. Emilio Vance, a man consumed by ambition and fear, drawn back into the darkness he helped create. She spoke of Arlo Thorne, the journalist seeking redemption for his father's sins, murdered for getting too close. She described the conspiracy, Project Neptune, born not of healing, but of hubris and greed, its revival here at the Coral Reef Haven as a weaponized enterprise, the roles of Silas Croft as the facilitator, Celeste Dublanc as the recruiter, and Julian Thorne as the hidden architect, representing a powerful consortium.
She looked directly at Silas Croft, then at Ilara Vance. They believed themselves untouchable, hidden by wealth and distance. They forgot that truth, like the sea, eventually wears down even the hardest rock. They forgot that courage, like Rose's, like Arlo's, like Lila's, like Maria's, is a force that cannot be extinguished. She turned her gaze to the staff at the back, to Maria. And they forgot that in places like this, paradise is not just the scenery, it is the people, the quiet observers, the loyal friends, the ones who see the small things that don't add up, the ones who find the strength to speak, even when afraid. She paused, letting the silence settle. The storm has passed. The coral reef haven will heal. The sea will continue to sparkle. But let us not forget the cost. Let us not forget Sir Alistair Finch, Rosa Mendez, Arlo Thorne, Dr. Vance, Sir Edmund Finch, and all the unknown victims of Project Neptune, past and present. Let their memories be a reminder that vigilance is the price of safety, that compassion is the antidote to cruelty, and that justice, like truth, has a way of surfacing no matter how deep it is buried. She stepped back from the podium. There was no applause, only a profound, heavy silence, broken finally by Agent Dubois stepping forward. On behalf of the International Criminal Court and the World Health Organization's Ethics Oversight Committee, she stated, her voice crisp and official, I formally acknowledge the receipt of all evidence pertaining to the Neptune conspiracy. Arrest warrants have been issued for all known consortium members identified thus far. Dr. Elara Vance, Silas Croft, and the mercenary known as Cale will be transferred to The Hague to stand trial. The genetic key contained within the locket will be secured and studied under strict ethical protocols to ensure it can never be weaponized. We extend our deepest gratitude to Miss Marple, Mrs. Lila Finch, Maria, and Chief Inspector Dubois for their extraordinary courage and assistance in exposing this heinous conspiracy. The formalities concluded, the gathering began to disperse. Guests approached Miss Marple with hesitant words of thanks and awe. Staff members nodded respectfully. Silas Croft was led away, his head bowed. Elara Vance stared straight ahead, her expression unreadable as she was escorted out. Cale shot a final venomous glare at Miss Marple before being removed. Later, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in streaks of apricot, rose, and deep violet, Miss Marple found Lila Finch standing alone on the beach, near the spot where Miss Marple had first found the bloodied handkerchief. The wooden box was tucked under her arm. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Lila said softly, not turning around. "The sunset. After everything, it's still beautiful." "Beauty often persists, my dear," Miss Marple replied, joining her, "even after the darkest storms. It's a promise of renewal." Lila finally turned to face her. In the fading light, the lines of grief on her face seemed softer, etched now with acceptance rather than pain. "I'm leaving tomorrow, going back to England, to try and build something good. Maybe work with the foundation they're setting up in Rose's name for victims of unethical research, to make sure this never happens again." "A worthy cause, Lila," Miss Marple said warmly. "Rosa would be proud." Lila held out the wooden box. "I meant what I said about donating the locket to the Memorial Fund, as a symbol, a warning, and as a reminder of the man my father was before they took him. Not Subject Zero, just my dad." Miss Marple took the box, feeling its solid weight. "I will ensure it reaches them, Lila, with your story attached." They stood in comfortable silence, watching the sun dip lower, melting into the sea. The sky blazed with color, reflecting on the now gentle waves. The air was warm, fragrant with the scent of night-blooming jasmine. "You know," Lila said, a small, genuine smile touching her lips, "when I first saw you knitting on your patio, I thought you were just another tourist, an old lady escaping the English rain. I had no idea." Miss Marple chuckled softly. "Appearances can be deceptive, my dear. It's often the quiet observers who see the most, the ones who listen to the whispers others ignore, and the ones who aren't afraid to act even when it's dangerous." "Sometimes," Miss Marple murmured, her gaze fixed on the horizon, where the sun had now vanished, leaving streaks of fiery orange and deep purple, "one must, especially in paradise, for even in the most beautiful places, human nature remains the same, capable of great darkness and also of great light." She turned to Lila. "Take care of yourself, my dear. Find your peace, and remember, the locket is a key, yes, but the key to the future is held in the choices we make now.
choices of courage, compassion, and truth. Lila nodded, her eyes shining in the twilight. "I will, thank you, Miss Marple, for everything." They embraced briefly, a moment of shared understanding forged in darkness and light. Then Lila turned and walked back towards the resort, her silhouette growing smaller against the vibrant sky. Miss Marple remained on the beach long after Lila had gone. The last vestiges of color faded from the sky, giving way to a deep, star-studded indigo. The first stars pricked through the velvet darkness, cold and distant. The sea whispered its eternal song against the shore. The coral reef haven was quiet now, its lights twinkling like harmless fireflies in the gathering night. She thought of the tangled web she had unraveled, the greed, the ambition, the cold scientific detachment, the desperate need for belonging, the profound courage of ordinary people. She thought of the lives lost, the trust betrayed, the horror hidden beneath the surface of beauty. And she thought of the resolution, however imperfect. Justice served, truth revealed, victims remembered, the darkness exposed and contained. It was over. Her deadly vacation had ended. She felt a profound weariness, the kind that settles deep in the bones after a long and difficult journey. But beneath it, there was also a quiet satisfaction. The satisfaction of a puzzle solved, of justice done, of light cast into shadows. She had come seeking peace and quiet, and had found instead a maelstrom of murder and intrigue. But in the end, a different kind of peace had settled over the island. The peace that comes after the storm, the peace of truth acknowledged and evil confronted. She picked up her knitting bag from where she'd left it on a nearby lounge chair. The needles felt cool and familiar in her hand. She turned and began the slow walk back to her bungalow, her footsteps soft on the cool sand. The Caribbean night enveloped her, warm and fragrant, filled with the sounds of the gentle sea and the rustling palms. Above, the stars shone with indifferent brilliance, ancient witnesses to the fleeting dramas of humanity below. She has reached her bungalow. She paused, looking out one last time at the dark, calm sea. It was beautiful. Terrible things had happened here, but the beauty remained, and so did the hope. For even in the darkest corners of paradise, Miss Marple knew, with the certainty of experience and the wisdom of years, that justice, like truth, has a way of surfacing, no matter how deep it is buried. She stepped inside her bungalow, closing the door softly on the night, ready at last for the cup of tea and the peace she had originally sought. The deadly vacation was over, and in the calm after the storm, a fragile, hard-won peace reigned.